लोगोटा खाली डिस्प्ले होची।
हां चलिबा बे देखो आसीबो।
हां हां वेटिंग दछि। हां एबे आसीबो
आसीला हां आपण मो
हां हां स्टार्ट हो गेला
रेडी आसीले
हां एबे स्टार्ट हो गेला।
लॉगिन करना है कौन सा?
ओके रेडी हां ओके
लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग होच।
ओ ओके सर ए जो पार्टिसिपेंट 96 हे गले रिसोर्स पर्सन की अछंती तेरा जानिया ना कष्ट हे जीवो।
ये पे समय
अच्छा
वो सारा
आपण
हमना
संग्राम सर
क्या
आपण 3 4 10 5टा खंड स्लॉट रखी थांतु आउट रिमूव करकी स्टूडेंट
पांच टाइम अछि
5टा स्लॉट अछि ना।
हां
ताहले नहीं आउ के पसी जिवे ना आपण आउ एडमिशन ना दियंतु न। रिसोर्स पर्सन को नाम तो अछि ना आपण पाखरे।
मीटिंग कर दो कुछ असुविधा नहीं तुम तो एठी ना सुने तुम तो पार्टिसिपेंट दरकार तुमे बरम तुमे लॉगिन चाहो जो आज एंड व्हेन पार्टिसिपेंट आसीबो तुम फुल तुम लॉग आउट कर दो
हाँ, हाँ।
पार्टिसिपेंट एंट्री कर दियो जो दरकार पड़े कारण तुमे एठी मो पाके रहो। तुमे लॉगिन दिखाओ हमें पिलाउन कोई दूची ये वाडे देकी लॉगिन कर दे। हेलो संग्राम सर
आज्ञा मैडम
ये हम पिला को कहि दउ जे डायरेक्ट YouTube को जिवे ना
आज्ञा
कौन करिवे।
आज्ञा आज्ञा
हां हां हां
YouTube स्ट्रीमिंग हेलानी मैडम पिला माने सेट देखि परिबे।
हां हां फोन कहि
ले दे बांडिया कर दे पल्ला
विश्व
ये जो फिजिकल कॉन्फ्रेंस अभ्यास है इंटर बुक स्टार्ट हो गया सर बार करो से फोन फोन कौन करछंदी
मु कहबी पद्मलता मैडम
सर नमस्कार।
नमस्कार मु अच्छे
हां
अच्छे
सर मु से कहले आपण को काय सर राजकुमार सर जस्ट आसुचंदी पहुंचुचंदी से लॉगिन करूचंदी।
हाँ हाँ मु कहीं माने मोर जूम टा कटि जी बोले आपण फोन टा कॉल काटी थुले।
हां
हाँ हाँ मु अच्छे लाइन रे अच्छे
आज्ञा
हाँ हाँ ओके
हेलो हां आता सर ना ना नब आपण कोडी 100 पार्टिसिपेंट होले हां हां मु कहूची नले ये हमर अशोक सर बाहरी जीवे तांग आपण एंट्री करियो को हला हां आपण लॉगिन करन मु कहि दउ नहीं नहीं बाहर जी से पुणी आपण सरला परे आपण बाहर के आसी से लॉगिन करबे असुविधा कोन अछि। हां ए बाहरी गलेडी आपण लॉगिन करन मु कहि दउ हला हां हेलो संग्राम सर
आज्ञा मैडम आज्ञा मैडम आज्ञा मैडम मैडम कौन तो हेलो मैडम कौन तो
संग्राम सर
आज्ञा मैडम
संग्राम सर
आज्ञा मैडम
टिके आर्त बंधु सर को लॉगिन कर दियंतु ମୁଁ ଅଶୋକ ସାର୍ ଙ୍କୁ କହିଲି ବାହାରି ଆସିବା ପାଇଁ ଆପଣଙ୍କର ତାଙ୍କର ଭୋଟର ଥ୍ୟାଙ୍କ୍ସ ଅଛି ହେଲା
ଆଜ୍ଞା ଆଜ୍ଞା
ହଁ ମୁଁ ଅଶୋକ ସାର୍ ଙ୍କୁ କହିଲି ବାହାରି ଆସିବା ପାଇଁ ତ ଆପଣ ଲଗ୍ଇନ୍ କରିଦେବେ
ଆଜ୍ଞା ଆଜ୍ଞା କଲେଣି
ହଁ
ଆଜ୍ଞା
ହଁ ହଁ ଠିକ ଅଛି
ଆଜ୍ଞା
ତମେ ୟୁଟ୍ୟୁବ ରେ
ଆଜ୍ଞା
ପଳେଇବ ହଁ ଠିକ ଅଛି ସେ ଲଗ୍ଇନ୍ କଲେ
ଆଜ୍ଞା ଆଜ୍ଞା
ହଁ ଠିକ ଅଛି
ଆଜ୍ଞା
ସଂଗ୍ରାମ ସାର୍
ୟେସ୍ ସାର୍
ହଁ
ଅମରନାଥ ସାର୍ କହୁଥିଲି
ହଁ ହଁ
ହଁ ସାର୍ କୁହନ୍ତୁ
ଇଏ ଅନ୍ୟ ପାର୍ଟିସିପେଣ୍ଟ ମାନଙ୍କୁ ମ୍ୟୁଟ୍ କରିଦିଅନ୍ତୁ ସାର୍
ହଁ ସାର୍ ହଁ ସାର୍
ଆମେ ଇମିଡିଏଟଲି ଦରକାର ପଡିଲେ ଏବେ ସମସ୍ତେ ବାହାରି ଆସିବା ଆଜ୍ଞା ମ୍ୟାଡାମ
ହଁ ମୁଁ ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ ମ୍ୟୁଟ୍ କରୁଛି ଯିଏ
ଆଜ୍ଞା ମ୍ୟାଡାମ
କହିବାର ଥିବ ସେ ଅନ୍ କରି କହିବ ଆଉ
ହଁ
ଆଜ୍ଞା
ସାର୍ ଠିକ ଅଛି
ହଁ ହଁ ମୁଁ କାଟି ଦେବି ଆଜ୍ଞା 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 ମ୍ୟାଡାମ ଲଗଇନ୍ ସଂଗ୍ରାମ ସାର୍
ଆଜ୍ଞା ମ୍ୟାଡ଼ାମ
ଭିସି ମ୍ୟାଡାମ ଏଣ୍ଟ୍ରି କରୁଛନ୍ତି ଲଗଇନ୍ ନଉନି କାହା ଗୋଟେ କାଟନ୍ତୁ ଆମ ପିଲାଙ୍କୁ କାହା ଗୋଟେ କାଟନ୍ତୁ
ହଁ ହଁ
ବିଶ୍ୱଜିତ ବିଶ୍ୱଜିତ
ଆଜ୍ଞା ଆଜ୍ଞା ହ୍ୟାଲୋ
ହଁ କାହା ଗୋଟେ କାଟି
ହଁ
ଦିଅନ୍ତୁ
ବିଶ୍ୱଜିତ ସାର୍ କୁହନ୍ତୁ
କଣ ମାନେ କରୁଛୁ
ଆଚ୍ଛା ହଉ ହଉ
ବିଶ୍ୱଜିତ କୁ କୁହନ୍ତୁ ନହେଲେ ବାହାରି ଆସିବ ଇଏ ମାନେ ଲଗଇନ୍ କରିବେ ଅଛି 100 ହେଇନି
ଅଲରେଡି ହେଇଗଲାଣି ମ୍ୟାଡ଼ାମ
ମ୍ୟାଡାମ ହେଇଗଲେ ମ୍ୟାଡାମ
ମ୍ୟାଡ଼ାମଙ୍କ ନାଁ କଣ କହିଲେ ମ୍ୟାଡ଼ାମ
ମଧୁସ୍ମିତା ମଧୁମିତା ଦାସ
ମଧୁ
ଆମର ମ୍ୟାଡାମ କୁ ଏଣ୍ଟ୍ରି କରନ୍ତୁ ହଁ ଭିସି ମଧୁମିତା ଦାସ
କାଇଁ ତ ଦେଖୁନି ତାଙ୍କର
ହଁ ମ୍ୟାଡାମ ଲଗଇନ୍ କରିଛନ୍ତି
ଦେଖୁନି କାହାକୁ
ହଁ ମୁଁ
କାଟୁଛି ମ୍ୟାଡ଼ାମ
ବାହାର
ମଧୁମିତା ମ୍ୟାଡ଼ାମ ଦେଖୁନାହାନ୍ତି ତ
ଦେଖୁନି ମୁଁ ଆଉଥରେ କରୁଛି
ହଁ
ହ୍ୟାଲୋ
ସାର୍
ଆଜ୍ଞା
ସେ ଯୋଉ ଆମର ଆଙ୍କୁ
88 ଦେଖଉଛି ପରା 87
ଆଚ୍ଛା ଅମର ସାର୍ଙ୍କ ଆଇଡି ଟା କୋଉଟା ହେଉଛି
ହଁ
ଆଚ୍ଛା ଆଚ୍ଛା
ହେଇଗଲା
ହଉ
ଆଉ ରାଜକୁମାର ସାର୍ ଙ୍କୁ ଆସିଲେ
ଅମରନାଥ ପାଢୀ
ଆଜ୍ଞା ମ୍ୟାଡାମ ନମସ୍କାର
ଅମରନାଥ ପାଢୀ
ସେ ସ୍ଲଟ ରଖିଛନ୍ତି ମ୍ୟାଡାମଙ୍କର ହେଇଗଲା ବୋଧେ ମୁଁ ଦେଖୁଛି
ଅମରନାଥ
ମ୍ୟାଡାମ
ପାଢୀ କାହାନ୍ତି
ଦେଖୁଛନ୍ତି
ଅମର ବାବୁ
କୋଉଠି କାଇଁ
ହଁ
ହ୍ୟାଲୋ
ସାର୍
ଆପଣ ଟିକେ କୋଉଠି
ହ୍ୟାଲୋ
ଫାଷ୍ଟ ଅମର ସାର୍ କୋଉଠି ଅଛନ୍ତି ଦେଖିଲେ କୋଉଟା ଆପଣ ଗ୍ୟାଲେକ୍ସି ଯାଇଛୁ କି
ନା ନା ଅମରନାଥ ପାଢୀ ଲେଖା ହେଇଥିବ
ଏପି ସାଇନ୍ ଟା ଅଛି ସାର୍
କୋଉଠି ଏଫଏମୟୁ ରେ ବୋଧେ କରିଛନ୍ତି ମୁଁ ମ୍ୟାଡାମ ପଚାରୁଛି
ମୁଁ ଏପି କୋଡ୍ ଦେଖାନ୍ତି
ସଂଗ୍ରାମ ସାର୍
ଆଜ୍ଞା
କଣ କହୁଥିଲେ କି
ନା ନା ଆପଣଙ୍କ ଦେଖାଉନି ତ ଅମରନାଥ ପାଢୀ ଆସିଲା ବାସ
ଆଜ୍ଞା ଇଏ 10ଟା ଖଣ୍ଡେ ସ୍ପେସ୍
ମୁଁ
ରଖିଥାନ୍ତୁ ସାର୍ ମାନେ ଗେଷ୍ଟ ପରେ ବି ଜଏନ୍ କରିବେ ନା
ହଁ ହଁ ମ୍ୟାଡାମ ସେ କହୁଛି ଆପଣଙ୍କର ହେଇଗଲା ବୋଲି ମ୍ୟାଡାମ ଆପଣ ଅଛି ମ୍ୟାଡାମ ଆମେ ସ୍ଲଟ ରଖିଛୁ ବିଶ୍ୱାସ ପସନ୍ଦଙ୍କର ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କର ହଁ ମୁଁ ମ୍ୟାଡାମ କହୁଛି ଏବେ ଜଷ୍ଟ ମୁଁ ଆଜ୍ଞା ସଂଗ୍ରାମ ସାର୍
ଆଜ୍ଞା ମ୍ୟାଡ଼ାମ
ନା ହେଇନି ମଧୁମିତା ମ୍ୟାଡାମଙ୍କର
ସେ ଲିଷ୍ଟ ଏବେ ଆସିନାହାନ୍ତି ମ୍ୟାଡ଼ାମ ମୁଁ କାହିଁ ଦେଖିପାରୁନି ତ
VCFMU ରେ କରିଥିବେ ନା VCFMU ଆସୁନି हाँ मु देखिए मु आपको
ना
धीरे धीरे
संग्राम सर
आज्ञा
हाँ आपण कोडी
अमर सर को होस्ट हेले कि
कोथरे मैडम लॉगिन करले कहले
होस्ट ऑप्शन नहीं एठी
मेले बीसीएफ
को होस्ट ऑप्शन नहीं
हाँ सेटा देखौनी तो से क्वेश्चन मु देखुची
ना
ताले हमरे जो ताले हमरे जो
ना ना हमें रिसोर्स पर्सन पे अच्छो परे 83 हमें अपन तो पार्टिसिपेंट अछन हमें काटी जो पार्टिसिपेंट हां ना 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 ऑलरेडी हमें YouTube रे लिंक देई छु परा पार्टिसिपेंट बाहरी आसीबे बुझि परले हां 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 आलतरे आपण लॉगिन करंतु मु धरि छी आपण लॉगिन करंतु
हेलो
हेलो
हां
हेलो संग्राम सर हेलो संग्राम सर
हां
हेलो संग्राम सर हेलो संग्राम सर हेलो
मैडम कोन आगे
हाँ ये बीसी मैडम आउथरे लॉगिन करूछंदी से सेटू देखौची 100 पार्टिसिपेंट तेज में नौनी
नहीं नहीं से रिमूव करूछन देबे मु तांग सहित कथा होती
हाँ हाँ हाँ
आगे
हाँ ललित हाँ से रिमूव करूछंदी किछि व्यस्त होनुनी एंट्री हिच आपण थांतो मते खाली जस्ट फोन कर देबे हैला कि मु एठी
गोटे सेकंड रे हो गोटे
हाँ नहीं नंबर आम पिला कहूँ बाहरी जी हाँ पिला अच्छा हाँ शुभम आम पिला को बाहरी आसबे हैला हाँ बाहर जी कहना बीसी मैडम एंट्री करेंगे पढ़ेबे बाहर पार्टिसिपेंट को अलाउ करंतु हैला हाँ 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 2-4 जन अच्छा आम पिला माने ताको बाहरी अन्य माने पढ़ मैडम नमस्कार आज्ञा आज्ञा
मैडम
मैडम
मैडम नमस्कार
सर नमस्कार
हाँ नमस्कार
संग्राम सर
अच्छा ना
हेलो संग्राम सर
हाँ पार्टी सर कुहतु
ये सर गुड मॉर्निंग
गुड मॉर्निंग सर
ये सर हमर रिसोर्स पर्सन डॉक्टर जीवितेश दास एबे ऐड हेबे
आज्ञा जीवितेश मिश्र ना जीवितेश
हां
रथ
डॉक्टर
सर
जीवितेश
रथ हाँ
आगे आगे
तांगर
हां
वेटिंग
सर
देखो
5 मिनिट रे ऐड होई
तांगर वेटिंग देखो
हां से एबे लॉगिन करछन
आज्ञा
से
आज्ञा
लॉगिन करछन सर
ओके ओके
एड होचंती हो हां कोनटा कोनटा
अरे से जेटा कहिबे से सेटा एठी देइछंती
हां
तो तुमको भी सेटा दबा पड़ियो की
ना ना मो एटा
खाली पढिबो
एटे टुनो डाके दे तो
हाँ आसिला हाँ हाँ तुम जरा बेसी दूर न बने
टुनो को टे डाके दियो तो
संग्राम सर हेलो संग्राम सर
मैम
संग्राम
कुहतु
सर हाँ मु अशोक सर को माने ये हम रेवेन सर दे दी छी आपन नंबर कि आपन से तो कोऑर्डिनेट कर देबे रिसोर्स पर्सन कर ये कहि दे की हल्ला मेल दे देबे आपन को ठीक अछि
आज्ञा
तुम से मेल गुडा तांको पाखु फॉरवर्ड कर देले हां से ईमेल ले से माने लॉगिन करिवे ना
मु
मेल ले
जतो कहबी कोन कहबी र एटा को मार देबी तो
आरंभ करिवा
तो सर आपनकर म्यूट करंतु येटा मैम
एटा
स्टार्ट
हेलो एटा कर देता अनम्यूट कर देता
10टा बाजी गेला हे
मैडम स्टार्ट करंतु
हाँ सर सर सी जस्ट के हम राजकुमार सर जॉइन करछु
हाँ,
हम
हाँ।
स्टार्ट करछु आज्ञा
ओके ओके
ये संग्राम सर
मैम कुहतु आज्ञा
हाँ बीसी पंजाब यूनिवर्सिटी
देव
लॉगिन
सर
कले
मॉर्निंग
देव सर
मॉर्निंग
वेरी गुड मॉर्निंग
ओके प्लीज टेल
शारदा
सर नमस्कार सर
हां
सर कौन सुन ये सर सर जस्ट जॉइन करछु सर कहले ना देवरिस्कार आरंभ कला नहीं हम लोग शुरू कर देते हैं
So can we start because it will take some 10-15 minutes to or we can wait for 5 minutes more. Sir, आप थोड़ा फोन कीजिए क्योंकि probably is not receiving this call, maybe he's busy somewhere else. तो आप थोड़ा कॉल करके पूछ लीजिए कि वो लोग आप उनके बिहाफ से लॉगिन कर सकते हैं और वो आएंगे तो
सादा बोलथला
सादा सर
यस यस सर कोन
चैट बॉक्स टा एक्टिव करे सर कोन
10:37 ना
कोच
वी आर स्टार्टिंग
चैट बॉक्स टा एक्टिव कर देबे
अच्छा सो
हां संग्राम सर
इंट्रोडक्शन ना दो
तो
संग्राम सर
हां वेट टिक
संग्राम सर चैट बॉक्स टा एक्टिव कर दियंतु
हां
चैट बॉक्स टा आगे
से रास्ता अछि उनको लैपटॉप रे नहीं अछि से पहुंचले परे ही नहीं पता तो जैसे वहां ऐसे जल्दी
मैं आरंभ कर दूं
दोस्तों 2 से आप 5 मिनट आरंभ करो ये जो विषय को टॉप करता पड़ियो 10:30 क्लास
हाँ
तुमर के तो कौनଥିଲା
मोर 5 मिनिट ମୁଁ ଆରମ୍ଭ କରୁଛି
तापर कहाँଥିଲା
ତାପରେ ଇଏ ୱେଲକମ୍ କରିବେ ନା
କିଏ
ଆମର ଆମର ଦେବୀ ସାର୍ ଏଇଟା ପରା ଆଜେଣ୍ଡାଟା ଏଇଠି ଗୋଟେ ଏଇଠି ଆଜେଣ୍ଡା ଡିସପ୍ଲେ ହେଇଛି
ମ୍ୟାଡାମ ସମସ୍ତେ ରେଡି ହେଇଯାଆନ୍ତୁ, ଆରମ୍ଭ କରିବା ଭଲ ହବ।
ତାଙ୍କ ଟର୍ନ କେତେ ପଡୁଥିଲା
ତାଙ୍କ ଟପଟା ମାନେ 10:30 ରେ ପଡୁଥିଲା
ଲଗଇନ୍ କରି ସେଟ୍ ହେଇକି ଉପର 40
ହଁ ତମେ
ପଦ୍ମଲତା
ଟିକେ ଆସୁଛ
ମ୍ୟାଡାମ
ମୁଁ 10 ମିନିଟ୍ ଜଷ୍ଟ ଲେଟ୍ ହେଇଛି
ହଁ
ସାର୍ 10:15 ଆରମ୍ଭ କର ସୋ ଦ୍ୟାଟ୍ ତାଙ୍କୁ ଡାକୁଛୁ ମାନେ ତୁମେ ଜଲ୍ଦି ସରିଯିବ ନା
ପଦ୍ମଲତା ମ୍ୟାଡାମ
ଆଜ୍ଞା
ଇଏ ସମସ୍ତେ ରେଡି ହେଇଯାଆନ୍ତୁ, ଆରମ୍ଭ କରିବାଟା ଭଲ ହବ ବୋଲି ମୁଁ
ନାଇଁ
କହୁଛି।
ନାଇଁ
ନାଇଁ,
ନାଇଁ
no, no, no,
ଶୁଣନ୍ତୁ
your suggestion is not acceptable.
ନା 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 ଆମେ ଆରମ୍ଭ କରିବା ଆମେ ଏବେ ସାର୍ଙ୍କୁ ତାଙ୍କ ପିଏ ଙ୍କୁ ଫୋନ କଲୁ ସାର୍ ଅନ୍ ଦ ୱେ ଅଛନ୍ତି ସେ ଆସିକି ଲାପଟପ ରେ
ହଁ
ଅନ୍
ତାହେଲେ
କରିବେ
ଠିକ
ଆମେ
ଅଛି,
5 ମିନିଟ୍ ଭିତରେ ଆରମ୍ଭ କରିଦବା
ହଁ
ସେ ଆସିକି ଖାଲି
ଠିକ
ଲଗଇନ
ଅଛି,
କରିବେ ହେଲା ଆମେ
ଠିକ
ଠିକ
ଅଛି।
ସାର୍ ସାର୍ ଦେଉରୀ ସାର୍ ସାର୍
ଆଜ୍ଞା ଆଜ୍ଞା
ସାର୍ ସାର୍ ଆମେ 10:15 ଠିକ ସାର୍ ପୁରା ଆରମ୍ଭ କରୁଛେ ସାର୍ ଆସିକି ଲଗଇନ
ଓକେ ଓକେ
କରିବେ
नो प्रॉब्लम
ଆଜ୍ଞା
ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଇନାଗୁରେସନ ରେ ଯୋଉ ମେମ୍ବର୍ସ ମାନେ ଅଛନ୍ତି ସେମାନେ ଆକ୍ଟିଭ ହେଇଗଲେ ଷ୍ଟାର୍ଟ
ଆଜ୍ଞା
କରି
ଆଜ୍ଞା
ଦିଅନ୍ତୁ
ସାର୍ ଆମେ
ଡୋଣ୍ଟ
ଆରମ୍ଭ
ୱେଟ୍
କରୁଛୁ
ୟା
ଆଜ୍ଞା
ୟା ଡୋଣ୍ଟ ୱେଟ୍ ଫର ଅଦର୍ସ
ଆଜ୍ଞା ସାଇଲେଣ୍ଟ କରିଦେଇଛ ତ ହଁ 10:15 ଆରମ୍ଭ କରିବା ଆମେ ଡେରି ହବ ନା ନହେଲେ ଅନ୍ୟମାନେ ସବୁ
ମ୍ୟାମ୍ 10:15 ରେ ମୁଁ ଠିକ ଷ୍ଟାର୍ଟ
ହଁ
କରିଦେବି
ହଁ
ତାପରେ
ହଁ
ଆପଣ କହିବେ
ହଁ ହଁ ଠିକ ଅଛି ଓକେ
ସଂଗ୍ରାମ ସାର୍
ଥିବ
ସଂଗ୍ରାମ ସାର୍
ଦିଟାରେ
ଆପଣ
ଅଛି
ଠିକ
ବା
10:15 ରେ ମ୍ୟୁଟ
400
କରିଦେବେ
ଖଣ୍ଡେ ଅଛି
ହଁ
ଆଉ କଣ ସରିଗଲା ଆଜି ସରିବ ଆଉ
ସଂଗ୍ରାମ ସାର୍
ଆଁ
ସଂଗ୍ରାମ ସାର୍
ନା ତ
ସଂଗ୍ରାମ ସାର୍
ତମର
କଲ୍
ଚାରିଟା
ମୁଁ
ଅଛି
କଲ୍ କରୁଛି ମ୍ୟାମ୍
4ଟା
ଏଇ ଶାରଦା
ସାର୍
ଏଇ ଯୋଉ ବାରମ୍ବାର ଭଏସ ଗୁଡା ରହୁଛି ସେଥିପାଇଁ ଇଏ ହଉଛି ମାନେ ଯୋଉ ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କ ଭଏସ ଏକାଠିକି ଜଏନ୍ ଶାରଦା ତୁ ଆରମ୍ଭ କରେ
स्टार्ट वीडियो मारना
हाँ मैम ମୁଁ ଠିକ 10:15 ରେ ଷ୍ଟାର୍ଟ କରିଦେବି
ହଁ
ଅନେକ ଅଛି
ହଁ ହେଲା ମୁଁ ଦେଖାଉଲି ତମେ ସାଇଡ ତମେ
ଆଜି
ସାଇଡ
ଗୋଟେ ଚାଲିଛି ଆରମ୍ଭ
I
ୱେବିନାର
request all the participants to mute
ହେଇଟି କେମିତି କରିବ ସେଟା ରେଜିଷ୍ଟ୍ରେସନ ଆଗରୁ କରିବ ନା
ସଂଗ୍ରାମ ସାର୍ ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ ମ୍ୟୁଟ କରିଦିଅନ୍ତୁ ମ୍ୟୁଟ ମ୍ୟୁଟ କରିଦିଅନ୍ତୁ all
ରେଜିଷ୍ଟ୍ରେସନ ହେଇଥିଲେ ହବ ରେଜିଷ୍ଟ୍ରେସନ ନହେଲେ ହବନି
ସଂଗ୍ରାମ ସାର୍ ମ୍ୟୁଟ ଟୁ ଅଲ୍
ଶାରଦା
ma'am
ଶାରଦା
let's
you
start
start ହଁ
let's start a very good morning to each and everyone present in this webinar esteemed guests of this occasion chief guest of this occasion Professor Rajkumar honorable vice chancellor of Punjab University Chandigarh honorable vice chancellor and chief patron of this conference Professor Madhumita Das honorable vice chancellor of Fakir Mohan University our patron and our mentor Professor Sachidanand Dehuri chairman postgraduate council of Fakir Mohan University esteemed head of the department of business management Professor Devi Prasad Mishra sir Fakir Mohan University and the organizing secretary of this event associate professor of the department of business management Fakir Mohan University Dr. Padmalita Rautray and all other participants all the esteemed invited dignitaries and resource persons on behalf of the team webinar managing crisis through digital transformation the new normal I Dr. Sarada Prasad Sahu extend a heartiest welcome to each and everyone to this esteemed webinar the webinar which has been a brainchild of this department of business management has got an overwhelming response and without taking much delay I request Dr. Padmalita Rautray the organizing secretary of this event to have his welcome address and inaugural session in this inaugural session of this webinar. I request Dr. Padmalita Rautrai to have her welcome address. Madam, please.
Thank you, Dr. Sardar. Good morning and warm welcome to all the dignitaries, resource persons and delegates to this national webinar, Managing Crisis Through Digital Transformation, the New Normal, organized by Department of Business Management, Faulkner University, Balasore. This is a unique platform where we have with us Professor Madhumita Das, Vice Chancellor, Faulkner University, Balasore, and Professor Rajkumar, Vice Chancellor, Punjab University, Chandigarh. It's my privilege to welcome Madhumita Madam and Rajkumar Sir to this webinar. I also welcome Professor Sachidananda Dehury Sir, Chairman, PG Council, Faulkner University, and the patron of this webinar to this platform. I welcome you, sir. Professor D.P. Mishra, HOD Business Management, and the convener of this webinar is also welcome to this webinar. The Department of Business Management, a frontline department of Faulkner University, enjoys a legacy of more than 15 years. In organizing conference, seminars, industry interface programs, workshops, and training programs have been the hallmark of this department. Today, we are experiencing the first national webinar unfolding itself, which is going to be a momentous occasion for all of us, where large confluence of practitioners, academicians, research scholars, and students within and outside the state are going to be in this virtual platform. Before I take the opportunity of introducing Professor D.P. Mishra, who is the convener, and request him to welcome our guest and brief on the webinar, I will first just thank our team business management who has taken this step in organizing this first national webinar with the help of research scholars and alumni. I'm also extremely thankful to our alumni who have extended support to conduct this webinar. I especially thank to Engineer Saroj Sahu, who is our alumni and PhD scholar of this department, and Srushti Academy of Management for providing the technical support in conducting this seminar. I would like to just give a brief introduction of Professor Mishra, who is a leading academician having 3 decades of rich experience in the field of academics and administration. At present, he is the head of the Department of Business Management and also the member of syndicate and coordinator of Institutional Development Plan, which is a project supported by World Bank to FM University under Odisha Higher Education Program of Excellence and Equity. Sir has published more than 90 research papers and guided 24 research scholars, and is also very active in different forums, whether it is research scholar forum or any of the administrative activities. I welcome you, sir. And now I request Professor D.P. Mishra, sir, to welcome the guest and to brief on the webinar. Professor D.P. Mishra.
Thank you, madam. Am I audible? Am I, my voice is audible?
Sir, clearly audible. Kindly extend your address.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Fakir Mohan University, Professor Madhumita Das, madam. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Punjab University, Professor Rajkumar. Honorable Chairman, Postgraduate Council, FM University, Professor S.N. Dehury. Respected Organizing Secretary of this national webinar, Dr. Padmalita Rautrai, respected colleagues of my department, respected resource persons, large participants, and my dear students. At the outset, I welcome all of you to this national webinar being conducted by the Department of Business Management. It's my privilege to introduce the dignitaries of the inaugural function. First of all, I would like to introduce Professor Madhumita Das, madam, our Vice Chancellor at Fakir Mohan University. Professor Das, before joining this university as Vice Chancellor in the year 2017, she was Professor in Zoology at Utkal University, Bhubaneswar. Professor Das did her MSc and PhD in Geology from Utkal University. Her area of specialization is igneous petrology industrial minerals, and environmental geology. She has 37 years of teaching and research experience at University, Utkal University. She has written 7 books, chapters in books, 126 national and international papers, 130 seminar proceedings, and 21 popular science articles. She has supervised 1 DSc, 17 PhD, and 21 MPhil candidates. She has completed 7 major research projects sponsored by UGC, DST, and NCAA Government of India. She has carried out research as DAD Fellow under Indo-German Exchange Program at Heidelberg University in Germany during 1989-90. She has presented her research work as convener and university delegate to different countries like Japan, China, US, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Nepal, Portugal, Norway, Australia, and South Africa, and also in several universities in India. She was the coordinator, UGC SAP DRS of Geology Department of Utkal University and National Working Group member of 3 international geological correlation programs. Presently, she is the Vice President, South Asian Association of Yeoman Geoscientists. She is also a member in the editorial board, Science Horizon, and Journal of Sustainable Planet. Besides this, she had also served Utkal University in different administrative capacities, such as Director, School of Women's Studies, Deputy Director, Academic Staff College, Advisor, Students Union, Superintendent, PG Ladies Hostels, Program Officer, NSS. Besides teaching geology, she has keen interest in gender studies and popularizing science among school and college children. Madam, we welcome to this August webinar. Now, I would like to introduce Professor Rajkumar, Vice Chancellor of Punjab University. Professor Rajkumar is a distinguished academician, researcher, and educational administrator. He is currently the Vice Chancellor of Punjab University, Chandigarh. There is a disturbance.
सर नमस्कार सर सर ताको रिक्वेस्ट करंतु आपण एड्रेस कला बेलको समस्त म्यूट कर देबे
I request all to mute so that it will be audible to all of us. Okay. He completed his PhD from Banaras Hindu University and DLIT from University of Lucknow. He brings with him a rich mixture of professional integrity and administrative experience. Professor Rajkumar has been actively engaged in teaching, research, training, and consultancy in the management field for more than 3 decades. He has been the director, dean, and head of the Institute of Management Studies, Banaras Hindu University. Professor Rajkumar has wide exposure in administration and day-to-day functioning of the university. His contribution helped the university in achieving new heights. He has been the pioneer in the furtherance of industry, academia relations, and entrepreneurship development. He has been instrumental in starting new courses, organizing various MDPs, FDPs, and training and skill development programs for corporate and students at the Institute of Management Studies, BHU. He has initiated the establishment of Atal Incubation Center of BHU. Professor Rajkumar has mentored more than dozen PhD students, published many books, published more than 100 research papers in the journals of national and international repute. He has been on the editorial board of more than 24 national and international journals, such as American Journal of Industrial and Business Management, International Journal of Advanced Scientific Research and Development, BHU Management Review, Finance India, top leading journals, etc. Under his dynamic leadership and guidance, Punjab University has been adjudged as best university in the country by US News and World Report ranking 2019. It is a credit to his efforts that innovation and incubation has got a major thrust in the university, which is reflective in Punjab University achieving 9th spot in Atal ranking of institutions on innovation achievements ranking list released by MHRD in the month of March 2019. Sir, we welcome to this August seminar. Then I would like to introduce Professor Sachidananda Dehuri, Chairman, Postgraduate Council.
Sir, Professor Rajkumar has joined.
Sir, namaskar. Sir,
नमस्कार नमस्कार सारे लोगों को नमस्कार
Sir, namaste, sir. Namaste.
नमस्ते 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 सब लोगों को बहुत बहुत नमस्कार
Sir, thank you, sir.
very nice yes
Sir, Sir Deuri sir, our chairman is there. Sir,
Okay,
Professor
okay.
Deuri sir, Rajkumar sir, Madhumita madam is there, our vice chancellor. Madam is also there. Okay.
Okay. Professor Dehuri has been working as a professor in the Department of Information and Communication Technology, Fakir Mohan University since 2013. He is now the Postgraduate Council Chairman, Fakir University. He received his MTech and PhD degrees in Computer Science from Utkal University. He visited as a Boy Scout Fellow to the Soft Computing Laboratory, Unai University, Seoul, South Korea, under the Boy Scout Fellowship Program of DST, Government of India.
let us start at Saab
In 2010, he received a Young Scientist Award in Engineering and
that's
Technology.
fine that's fine let us start it let us not get late let us start it please because
yes,
I have
just,
to move I have to move the another program. Then
okay, sir.
by the time.
He has successfully completed 3 research projects from DST, UGC, and DRDO as a part of academic collaboration. He has visited many countries like Ireland, New Zealand, Hong Kong, France, Nepal. Sir, we welcome to this function. Now, coming to the theme of the national seminar, that is managing crisis through digital transformation, the new normal. The theme is quite interesting and more relevant in the COVID-19 era. We know that the impact of COVID-19 on our civilization is massive, universal, and likely to be long-lasting. The ensuing economic volatility is unprecedented in modern times. As a result, business worldwide are gearing up for a period of uncertainty, radical paradigm shifts, and a new normal. To plan a course for the future, many organizations seek inspiration from the way that successful businesses navigated the turbulent economic events of 2018, 2001, and earlier. Researchers from 2010 suggest that companies deploying an optimal mix of defensive and offensive strategies not only weathered the economic crisis, but actually emerged stronger from it. The challenge now is to understand how business today can use this approach to manage the current crisis and its aftermath and be ready for the next normal. While many avenues are available to deploy these strategies, accelerating digital evolution is an important approach to consider. Using a digital technology foundation, companies are better equipped to lead the way in this new business environment by being purpose-driven, resilient, and adaptable. The precise economic effect of COVID-19 is difficult to predict right now, However, one thing is certain, business leaders need to be ready with a digital transformation strategy that delivers an optimal technology balance of offense and defense that empowers the organization to prevail and succeed in any environment. I'll not take more time because many experts in the technical session will deliberate upon this issue in more detail.
Thank you,
At last, once again, I welcome all of you and hope the outcome of this webinar will be fruitful to all of us. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Jai
sir.
Utkal Janani.
Thank you. Now I request our chief guest, Professor Rajkumar, to address as he is having another meeting. I have already taken permission of our Vice Chancellor. Sir, Professor Rajkumar, sir. Sir, please welcome. Sir, please address our gathering. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. I'm very sorry at the outset because due to the many appointments today,
yes,
I cannot spend more time. You excuse me for that. I'm extremely sorry. Otherwise, I would have enjoy your company and all those things.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you,
the very honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Madhumita Das ji, the Professor Sachidanand ji, then Dr. Padmita Rautre, Professor DP Misra ji, and I can see a lot of people associated, learned faculty, and the professors with this seminar, and I am sure a number of very reputed key speaker and the sessional chair would also join this meet, and the participants from the different institutions and the organization. Good morning, each one of you, and from this Chandigarh, Punjab University, I also joined your this academic event, and put my happiness that you have given especially the Vice Chancellor and the entire the team has given me an opportunity to address this webinar. For that, I congratulate the entire organizing team, including the highest, regard to the Professor Madhumita Das. She is heading the institution and steering the things in a very right and pragmatic direction. As a management student, I appreciate the topic that you have chosen. Really, it is the domain that can have courage rather to address the issues, because this corona is a very long term project now. The corona family is not so easy to get rid of. So we have to, there is no way out except to change our lifestyle, our working style, our behavior, and our mindset even. For that purpose, we are expecting for the normalcy, for the new normalcy, not the normalcy, because let us forget for the 2 years or so the normalcy that we have enjoyed up to this age, and thanks God, we are the most luckiest person who enjoyed the maximum period of normalcy. Now this generation has to enter into the new normalcy. So for that purpose, you have to reorient your entire action plan, starting from your mindset to the movement event, from your head to the feet. In every organ, every aspect, you have to look at the new normalcy. And in the new normalcy, as you have chosen the topic, the role of the digital transformation will be very, 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 very important, paramount important. The reason being, every domain, starting from the linguistic or the culture to the science, technology, management, humanities, social sciences, arts, culture, whatever, every sphere of life, every domain, there would be a very strong intervention of the technology. And that will come in form of the virtual mode, because we have to keep distancing. For that purpose, only this mode through which we are interacting is the way that can make safe from the corona family. So for that purpose, if you analyze in the new normalcy, there would be a lot of opportunities, a lot of opportunity. It would be the free, full of opportunities. I can visualize. Yeah. Next thing that I want to put before you, there would be the change in the job nature, job working. Now, the job previously the job was performed either at the place or sometime on the movement or sometime at the house. But now you have to perform your job at your place, at your home maximum. Now you can't move because there is a risk. So on the job, many times you might have observed many corporate persons or the teachers are working whenever they are going to by the flight or like that, or sometime in journey. But now that would be reduced. Either you have to perform at the place, or you have to perform at the at your house, and the maximum quantum will be completed at the play at your home. Now, when you are addressing any issues, then certainly that would be affected by the environment in which you are sitting, on which you are sitting. So always, if you are performing the task at the home, so your entire house will work as the rest place as well as the workplace, where you have to make distinction, where you have to make, that is a very thin line, and that will come a lot of disturbance, personal tension, personal unrest. You are, suppose for a very petty example, you are performing a very important task with your boss, with your head of department. Somebody knocked your door. Some family member came. Then that intervention you have to tackle. You cannot ignore. In office, you can say, "Yes, I am on the job." So generally, the matter of the house will be away from that. But here, the entirely different type of environment will be there. You have to address, and for that purpose, you have to lead a very balanced life, work-life balance. अब तक हम लोग बात करते रहे. Now it is in your practice. You have to keep the balance in your family life as well as in your working life. Number one. Number two, in abundant job will be there. Potentiality of job will be huge. And now this is although it is the task of each and every discipline, but as a management student, I can tell you, now the responsibility of the management domain increased manifold, because you have to synergize the activities performed by the different disciplines through the mode of the technology. So you have to redefine, revisit your entire role that you are performing, or that you have been performing earlier. And the last thing upon which I want to tell you, that is pertaining to the time that you have to keep in your mind, because now everything is mixed. Everything is mixed. So you have to make very clear-cut demarcation in your working. This much I will spend on my health, this much I will spend on my family, this much I will spend on the work. Because if you are always keeping yourself busy, some call you had taken from the office, some you family, some like that. So there will be the means a lot of confusion, a lot of disturbances that we have to keep in mind. And last thing, that our entire relation will be redefined. Entire relation will be redefined. Whether it is your neighbors relation, or your relatives different relations, or the societal relation, you have to look into a fresh. So these are the certain point upon which being the management expert, you people just deliberate. And I am very sure when you will send the summary of the activities, then certainly I shall be happy to note that the management expert did something very extraordinary for leading the new normalcy and keeping in view the importance of the digital transformation. With this, I will not take much time of yours. I am very happy once again, very grateful even. I will listen some more time with you, but excuse me. Meanwhile, I may quick any time. Please don't mind for that. For excuse me for such a courage. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you,
you,
so
sir.
much.
Thank you, sir, for beautifully telling about the whole seminar, how to build an agile organization, how to redefine role, and how a relationship will be redefined, and how to create a work-life balance in the future years. Sir, we are definitely going to share you the entire recording of the entire events and the proceedings in future. Thank you, sir. Now I request Professor Sachidananda Dehury sir, the patron of this seminar and the chairman of the PG Council and the professor of Department of ICT, to address the webinar. Professor Dehury sir.
So, am I reaching to all of you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Good morning to one and all connected over the network through Zoom platform. Of course, this platform is a free and open source platform, and I can say we are on the way of digital transformation. On behalf of the university and my own behalf, I welcome you all to this webinar. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Madhumita Das, Madam, Honorable Professor Rajkumar, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Punjab University, and respected Professor Devi Prasad Mishra, Head of the Department, Business Management, respected coordinator of this webinar, national webinar, and respected dignitaries, participants, students, research persons, and of course, medias who are connected over the network to this webinar. It is really a great and very great privilege for me, as because I got a chance to share with you few words in connection to the theme of this seminar in this platform. So before going to address, let me request all of you that few participants are really not maintaining discipline. So I request the participants, please maintain discipline. It is highly required. Otherwise, if everybody will speak, then nothing will be audible to all. So therefore, you please mute your speaker and give a chance to the speaker to say something or to share with you something in connection to this webinar. You see, due to this COVID, am I audible? Well,
Yes, sir.
yes. Due to this COVID-19, we are really moving. We are really moving in a very big or lots of crisis in every sphere of our life. Now the question is how to manage this crisis. So from this seminar, I am learning, okay, digital transformation is one of the solutions to manage or to handle the crisis. In order to handle the crisis through digital transformation, first of all, what I understand, we need to develop a digital infrastructure. That is very, very essential. But to develop the digital infrastructure, first of all, we need to understand the types of crisis. The types of crisis. I'm talking from the university perspective, from the university aspect of the perspective. I'm not talking from a general scenario, but I'm just concentrating my address from the university perspective. In the university, if you are focusing on the university, I can classify or categorize crises broadly into two. One is known as academic crisis, and another one is known as non-academic crisis. So I am just skipping the non-academic crisis part, and let me just focus on academic crisis. In academic crisis part, if we are talking about the academic crisis part, then we need to understand what are the academic activities we are really performing in university and how those activities are associated with respective crisis. So normally in the university, the activities we perform are like effective conduct of admission or enrolling students in a particular session, and effective conduct of teaching and learning process, and effective conduct of examinations, and publication of results in time, and effective conduct of, I can say, research, and so on. If these are the activities normally we are performing, then we need to understand how we can manage the crisis associated with it. Okay, let me share you one thing. If we are talking about the effective conduct of admission, if we are talking about the effective conduct of admission, then let me just review the admission process of last academic session. I mean pre-COVID-19 period. In last academic session, we have done our admission very effectively through online platform. Of course, we have had the services from a big company like TCS. And very nicely, we have done our admission. We have completed our admission. But due to this COVID this year, I'm not saying this COVID is the only obstacle to delay the admission process, or of course, this year Fakir Mohon University is not enrolling students through online media. This year Fakir Mohon University is taking admission offline. I mean semi-online, or I can say partly online and partly offline. So there are many reasons because we cannot blame to the COVID-19. But this year, actually, the PG common entrance test conducted due to this year, government of Odisha is conducting the PG common entrance test. Therefore, we are not conducting admission of PG program from our end. However, we are taking admission of only 2 programs, integrated BEd as well as MP program. But the problem is, if we are hiring the service of online medium to enroll the students for integrated BEd and MPhil program, then it is not economically feasible. That means, for example, if we are for example, if we are hiring the services, online services, then we are supposed to spend minimum 10 lakhs, but we will earn only 6 lakhs. Then it is not economically feasible. Therefore, this year we have drafted to take or to enroll students through like digital platform or online system. So therefore, many constraints are there. So we need to, before jumping to any digital platform or digital transformation, we need to understand the basic backgrounds or preliminaries, whether we are whether we can adapt that system or not. Then effective
Sangram sir, is there any technical issue? Hello.
शारदा सर
हाँ सर कोंदु
देवर सर बोधे ये गले बोधे कटिला तांगर बोधे
काई तांगर कोन नेटवर्क प्रॉब्लम है लगी
आज्ञा आज्ञा
अच्छा हो
शारदा सर प्लीज इनवाइट द नेक्स्ट स्पीकर
सर ला कोन ला देवरी सर कोन हैला
मैडम सानगर बोधे टिके नेटवर्क इश्यूज रहउची
सर आउटी पर एड्रेस करिवे
मे बी सो लेट अस
सान को कथा ही जानो टिके सान संग कथा होची देवरी सान से कथा without network problem. शारदा सर आउथे लॉगिन करछंदी सर करूछंदी लॉगिन
Professor Sachidanand Dehury is re-entering. So let's have patience for 1 minute for this.
सर से अब आसी परिबनी मो से लागु से काई नाही आ का डाकले होनी
Ma'am.
Sarada? Sarada?
Ma'am, please.
Sar has asked for 1 minute. He is trying to connect back. Okay?
Should we wait or we should proceed?
Yeah, we should wait. We should wait. Okay? Just 1 minute we should wait. आज्ञा हाँ सर मु अच्छी आपण करन सर सर कोई टी एंगेज कर दो शारदा
यस मैम
संग्राम सर को आउथरे एडमिट कर देवे सर को
हाँ हाँ हाँ
हाँ कहला ठीक है संग्राम सर
संग्राम सर टिके बिजी अछंती मु एडमिट कर
हां कर दे सर
सर करू ओके
सरदा आसिले सर
हाँ हाँ हाँ
हाँ सर ये करो एस देवरी
Okay, madam.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
I'm extremely sorry because
no, sir, it's okay.
Yeah, lots of disturbances in my net connection. Actually, I have my personal internet connection, so this connection is not reliable at all, and it is giving me frustration. Okay, I'm really sorry, extremely sorry.
Sir, you continue, sir.
Yeah. So finally, since I have cited many, academic activities and the corresponding crisis, like how to manage the crisis associated with these activities. So already cited two things, like how to conduct even during this COVID-19 or post-COVID-19 period, how to conduct the admission very smoothly through digital transformation, and also how to take the classes, how to continue the teaching learning process effectively through this digital platform that we need to learn. In other words, I can say this COVID-19 pandemic gives us a lesson how to conduct the digital transformation, and also and finally I can say hello
sir please continue.
Am I audible?
Sir, you are audible, please continue.
Okay. Then regarding the examination system, with minimum infrastructure or with no need to spend money, without spending money, we can also able to perform the examination through digital transformation. So we need to understand the basic what are the free and open source softwares available to make the infrastructure ready for conducting examinations, and lots of disturbances, lots of disturbances happening. Okay, and then also we can perform the research activities through this digital transformation. And also finally, you see, this corona or COVID-19 could not stop us to conduct the conferences, seminars, symposium. And you see, today we are in a position, we are able to performing the seminar or this webinar or seminar. Earlier it was named as seminar, but nowadays, since we are using the web-based application, therefore it is termed as webinar. So therefore, I can say corona cannot restrict us to conduct different activities. So these activities, the crisis associated with these activities can be effectively monitored, or maybe 90% can be handled or can be managed through this digital transformation. With this, since lots of resource persons and our Vice Chancellor is also waiting to address her or to give her address, therefore I am not taking much time. And with this, I extend my heartfelt thanks to all the members of the organizing committee, especially Professor Devi Prasad Misra, because he has given me a chance to share in this platform a few words with the participants. So, Jai Hind, Namaskar.
Thank you, sir. Sir has beautifully described the context in which we are operating and providing the higher education to different students during COVID, why the university should prepare a robust digital infrastructure and what kind of crisis we are facing. Sir has highlighted. Sir has also highlighted that we are going to operate under the certain constraints where we are going to add value, keeping in view the cost aspect also. And he has also described that how we can gradually digitalize different kind of systems to make the education a continuous process, even if a pandemic situation is there. Thank you, sir, for nicely describing the higher education context in which we are operating. Now, I request Professor Madhumita Das, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, to address the gathering on this webinar. Madam. Madam.
Namaskar.
Madam, namaskar. Madam, namaskar.
Namaskar. A very good morning to all of you. At the outset, I must congratulate the entire Department of Business Management, including Professor Devi Prasad Misra, the HOD, and also the Dr. Padmalika Rautrai and the entire team. I see many familiar faces who are present over here. So on behalf of Fakir-Mohon University, I extend a very hearty welcome, and also I congratulate for conducting this webinar. When I look at and also I must welcome on behalf of the Fakir-Mohon University, the Honorable Vice Chancellor who has just now left, Professor Rajkumar, and also the resource persons, Mr. Shekhar Sahu, Mr. Devadatta Sahu, Professor Sachidananda Dehuri, Dr. Jivitesh Ratha, and Mr. Priyesh Jain, who have so kindly agreed to join and give their valuable opinions regarding this webinar, and they will be associated with this webinar throughout the halfway day. So the theme of the seminar, I think I really appreciate it. Managing crisis to digital transformation, the new normal. Crisis comes with threat, crisis comes with danger, and crisis means challenge. But this is the time for all of us to turn the challenges into opportunities. We are, in fact, facing a trying situation and a critical situation in this COVID-19 pandemic, and we are having several crises. That means when we look at the crisis, all the travels have been cancelled, all the events have been postponed, no social function, no face-to-face class, all the classes, all educational institutions, schools, colleges, universities are closed, and I have come across 4 new words, that is lockdown, shutdown, containment, and quarantine. So in fact, we are in a new situation, you can say. And in the not only we, the entire human civilization across the globe, we are under crisis. But from this, as I have already told you, from the challenges, it is now the time to turn them into opportunities. If necessity is the mother of invention and there could be some positive outcomes, why not from Corona we can find a silver lining from this pandemic. Now what we have changed, where we have already functioning, all the banks have shifted swiftly or migrated from physical channels to the online mode. Healthcare providers, they have very swiftly moved to the telehealth care. And if you see the insurance companies, they have also turned from, they have accepted self-service claim assessment. And the retailers, now they are giving contactless shopping, and they are also providing home delivery. Hotels and restaurants are operating, but only you cannot have food there, only you can have takeaway. All the corporate sectors, now they have turned into work from home. So that also affected very, very severely the higher education institutions. Now we are having online classes, and the new normal, what I see, it is going to be digital and digitally enabled learning, what is we very popularly called as blended learning. Blended learning will be the new normal higher education scenario, and but what we need, everything has to be changed. For this blended learning, we have to move from teacher-centric education to learner-centric education, and we have to focus on bringing changes in our curriculum, bring changes in our infrastructure, because online classes will be there, so we have to have some changes in the infrastructure, and we have to train our teachers how to give the same teaching effectively, but in an online mode. And students have also to adopt the new formula, because there will be around 25% self-study, which was not there. So in this blended learning situation, the new normal, I can see a new world that is in the last phase of my life. We are going to see a virtual, a digital, and an automated world. And I will give you one example. What will be the psychology? What will be the situation in the new normal? We have seen when there is a fire has broken out, what is the job of a firefighter? The firefighter, the firemen, they go to the place, they get the fire under control, and they stay very alert until the flames are out. But that is, the crisis is over. But in the next situation, they are still in the ground, but when the ash is hot. So the coronavirus, the COVID-19, the crisis will be gone, but in the new normal situation, we have to stand on a hot ground, and we have to adapt to the new environment. There will be many changes, as I have told you. There will be presently there is a crisis in the social life, in economic life, and also how much in the corporate life. That means when we are working from home, and you can see the mental stress, the mental agony. Many people are going jobless, and what to be, how we can incorporate them, how we can bring in the normal situation, that is also to be looked into. And also, I think the best person to give suggestions are the resource persons of today's, and also the management persons who can give better suggestions than the management people. So I expect this webinar will be a grand success, and then you will come out with many solutions, many suggestions how to cope up emotionally, socially, economically, and how to come out with brilliant ideas in the new normal situation. And also you are the people who can bring in a very fine balance between safety and productivity. Keeping our safety, you can show us new lines how to increase the productivity in all business sectors, entrepreneur sector, and all the economic crisis will be over. So I would like to again thank all the organizers for giving me this opportunity, and also my last will be make or turn the challenges into opportunities. ये ना कहो खुदा से मेरे मुश्किलें बड़ी हैं, मुश्किलों से कह दो मेरा खुदा बड़ा है. Let us all join hands together to come out very successfully in this COVID-19 pandemic. And then all of us, I would request all of you to extend your good wishes and hands to take this Fakir Mohon University to a greater height. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Namaskar.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you very much, Padmalita.
Hello.
Many thanks, madam, for your valuable words in this webinar. So now I request Dr. Artabandhu Jaina to extend a vote of thanks to all the dignitaries who have given a welcome message in this webinar in the inaugural session. Dr. Artabandhu Jaina.
Thank you, Sarada. I am audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible. Please continue.
Oh, thank you. A very good morning to all of you. Once again, I am welcoming to all of you to this World National webinar on managing the crisis through digital transformation, the new normal. The PG Department of Business Management is organizing the time-based, learning-based, as well as the knowledge-based this webinar from academic point of view under the COVID-19 situation. We have already enjoyed the cream and flavor of industrial revolution in between 1820 and 1840, green revolution in between 1950 and 1960, white revolution in the year 1963, IT revolution in the early 21st century. Now we are all in knowledge revolution era, as well as the virtual world, what Madam Vice Chancellor exactly told. In knowledge revolution, there is no place for discrimination and barrier. The time has come for digital inclusion. Both computerization and digitalization will go hand in hand to have more leverage on education. The time has also come to yield the fruit of knowledge through the blended education. But Madam Vice Chancellor exactly told. The COVID-19 gives us the scope and compels us towards the knowledge revolution. What exactly the chairman PG Council sir told. Now we are not in physical connected, rather we are mental connected. Nothing is permanent, but only the change is the permanent by the nature of the law. What Madam Vice Chancellor exactly told about the changes. Honorable Chief Patron, Professor Madhumita Das, Honorable Vice Chancellor of our university, Chief Guest, Professor Rajkumar, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Punjab University, Chandigarh, Professor S.N. Devari, Chairman PG Council, Convener and Head of the Department, Professor D.P. Mishra sir, Dr. Padmalita Rautrai, Organizing Secretary of this webinar, dear participants, faculty members, research scholars, and my dear student friends. At first, I must thank highly to Professor Madhumita Das Madam and Professor S.N. Deori sir to take the timely decision in right time to organize one national webinar compulsory by each department of our university under COVID-19 situation. We are all in catch 2020 under the COVID-19 situation, but the blended education can rescue from COVID-19 situation from the academic as well as the research academic point of view. And this is the main motto of organizing this webinar. Both Madam Vice Chancellor and Chairman PG Council sir are going beyond the boundaries for the greater interest of the university. A delightful good morning to everyone who present over online on behalf of the PG Department of Business Management. I, Dr. Arthamundu Jana, Department of Business Management, I am proposing the vote of thanks. I deem it a great honor and privilege before you to propose the words of gratitude for being with us in this national webinar and making us feel proud and more than above your love for us. Let me first of all start by giving the glory to the Almighty God for making this national webinar a resounding success. First and foremost, today, my words are not enough to express the gratitude. I must thank to Professor Madhumita Das Madam, who despite your busy schedule, you have given the time to grace this national webinar. Madam, you have highlighted the various issues on innovative teaching learning methods, innovation, improvements in course curriculum under the COVID-19 situation. What, Madam, exactly you have highlighted. Thanks a million to you, Madam, for your best wishes. And definitely we will take our university into greater heights that the challenges or crises will be converted into opportunity. Then I would like to thank our chief guest, Professor Rajkumar, who graced with us through the providing address set a perfect platform for our participants under the COVID-19 situation. Sir, your talk on this subject is just like skyrocket, cash cow, as well as the path breaking for us. Above all, you are a family member of our university. You have also visited to our department for academic purpose. Thanks a bunch to you, sir, for your nice academic and learning compliments as well as the supplements. It is the high time to extend the wholehearted thanks to Professor S.N. Deori sir for your kind presence in this national webinar, with enlightening the message under this situation. Your address on crisis management, whether it may be academic or exemption or teaching, etc. So your address was stupendous in this webinar and motivating us. Sir, you are performing your responsibilities in key anchor role so far as IT is concerned. Thanks a million, sir. With utmost pleasure, I express my heartfelt gratitude to Professor D.P. Mishra, who is the convener and head of the department. Your address was also very remarkable and wonderful on the theme of this national webinar. Above all, you are the mover and shaker of this national webinar. Thank you, sir, for your nice words. A big thank to organizing secretary, Dr. Padmilata Rautray of this national webinar for your tireless efforts towards anchoring this webinar into quality and the learning oriented under this COVID-19 situation. Thanks to all resource persons for accepting our invitation to be the part of this webinar, and thanks to faculty members, participants, thanks to all team members of this national webinar for your Ocean 11 efforts. Have a beautiful and wonderful day. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your vote of thanks. Now we will move to the technical sessions. So without much delay, I now request our organizing secretary to set the stage for the sub themes that will be discussed in the technical session. Before we move to the technical session, I take this privilege to introduce the head of the former head of the Department of Business Management and an associate professor, my teacher, Dr. Padmalita Rautrai. She is an expert in human resource management, working as associate professor in the Department of Business Management of Fakir Mohan University. Started as a career as a junior research fellow in Utkal University under the fellowship of University Grants Commission, and has been associated with various reputed business schools prior to her joining in the Department of Business Management in 2004. In a career spanning over 2 decades, she has guided 6 PhD scholars and 9 MPhil research scholars, and several others are actively doing research work under her guidance at PhD level. More than 35 research papers, contributions in international and national seminars and conferences, and 70 numbers of research publications in national and international journals, conference proceedings, and book chapters are the highlights of her research credential. She is a regular resource person for training program to various organizations, and particularly organization of repute like DRDO, PXC Chandipur, and Integrated Test Range Chandipur, Balasore, besides to various other organizations of national repute. She has authored 5 textbooks and the highly acclaimed books HRD and Organizational Effectiveness and Inclusive Growth in New Market Design. She is also the recipient of the Best Research Paper Award in the Eastern Regional Convention of Indian Society for Training and Development 2011, and Samabandhu Misra Gold Medal for HR Excellence from National Institute for Personnel Management Utkal chapter for the session 2015-16. She successfully completed a research project on effectiveness of training and competency mapping awarded by DRDO. Her teaching proficiency includes strategic human resource management, HRD, organizational behavior, research methodology, and business ethics. She is well known and she has discharged several administrative responsibilities at Fakir Mohan University, and she is well known for her academic and corporate circles for her teaching, research, and training skills. Many thanks, ma'am, for thinking about organizing this webinar and getting the support from all the elite resource persons. The introduction of the resource persons we will be sharing with all the participants during their talk. Now I request Madam to set the stage for an effective panel discussion in this webinar. Madam, please.
Thank you, Dr. Sarda. Before I just go on describing the sub-theme, I'd like to thank Professor Madhumita Madam, who has rightly set the context in a macro way, where she has said that how the social, economic, and corporate life has changed during this COVID-19. And this has created not only a crisis, but also has compelled us to think in an innovative way to convert these challenges into opportunity. She has also highlighted how new opportunities are being created in different sectors like healthcare, insurance, retail, and hotel industry to manage the pandemic in a better way and to win over this crisis. With this background, we are going to introduce the sub-theme to the August gathering. We have witnessed that the world has witnessed a massive shift in the way the business is conducted ever since the onslaught of COVID-19. It has not only affected the personal and professional life of people, but also the customer's lifestyle, their need, and the way their needs are addressed. A crisis always compels people to rethink, reinvent, and reset things around them, hence always create a fertile ground for innovation. However, the best companies always exhibit digital maturity by using strong leadership through which they make digital transformation successful. Whether it is transforming customer experience or transforming operational processes or even transforming business model requires a vision and understanding of what to change, when to change, and how to change. In this juncture, this national webinar will address the following sub-themes. The first sub-theme is going to address on how present crisis has affected the work, and the biggest challenge is to getting back to work and to create a new reality, and why the organization need to become learning organization. This aspect will be addressed by Mr. Sekhar Sahu, the HR business partner, Flipkart. The second sub-theme will focus on the complexities involved in the value chain, and whether digital transformation across the value chain can really overcome the problems associated with the value chain activities. Mr. Devadatta Sahu, Regional Head Marketing, JK Lakshmi Cement, will deliberate on this issue. The third sub-theme is on role of data science in bringing digital transformation, like having transformative software, hiring of data experts for getting better insights and making real-time decision making. The way we work, communicate, socialize, or do business is really the outcome of digital transformation through data science. Professor Sachidananda Dehuri, Professor, Department of ICT, Fakir-Mohon University, an expert in this area, will be dwelling on the topic. The fourth sub-theme will be on the importance of integrating organizational culture, mission, and leadership for creating new normal in digital era. It is well known that in transformational process, culture is one of the significant barrier, and therefore purpose-driven culture can create the new normal. Redefining mission, the vision, and operating with a mission can create future readiness. Appropriate leadership can envision the future and inspire people to bring the new normal. Dr. Jivitesh Ratha, former General Manager, HR, NMDC, will highlight on this. The last theme is on contactless ordering, the new normal. Mr. Priyesh Jain, Regional Head, Paytm, will be focusing on the importance of contactless customer experience. I welcome all the resource persons. Now I request Dr. Sarada Prasad Sahu, Assistant Professor, Department of Economics and Management, Calicut University, who is also an alumnus of Department of Business Management, Fakir-Mohon University, and a popular young academician having more than 10 years of research and teaching experience, to take over and moderate the session. Over to Dr. Sarada Sahu.
Thank you, Madam, for your brief introduction about the sub-theme that has been chosen very carefully, and our resource persons entrusted for deliberation on the theme. We are really extending our heartfelt obligations and indebtedness to all the 5 resource persons who have proven track record in their respective domain, and they will pondering on the various issues and prospects covering the theme entrusted to them. So first, we invite Mr. Shekhar Sahu, HR partner at Flipkart, to focus on his sub-theme. Now, I briefly introduce the profile of Shekhar Sahu. It's quite inspiring for the young corporate guys. He's a master in personal management from Pune University, having a robust experience in automobile, pharmaceutical, and e-commerce industry. He is currently managing the business partnering role in supply chain of Flipkart, Odisha. Prior to his current stint at Flipkart, he was also associated with Lupin Limited. At present, he heads the HR function. His expertise in area of training and development, employee engagement, HR operation, performance management, policy formulation and revision, and employee relationship management has made him a towering figure in the field of human resource management. His tenure in different companies have helped to acquire talent and help the company in achieving aggressive growth goals. So in the period of COVID-19 crisis, when the whole human civilization has never witnessed such a health crisis, so the time has to connect this globe with the digital transformation, and e-commerce and the e-business platforms are also reinventing themselves with the requirement of the changing times. I request Mr. Sahu to ponder upon the various issues pertaining to the field. Sir, please.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, sir.
Thank you for this nice opportunity to explore the things that is going on during this COVID pandemic and share my knowledge on this. So I'm going to go and share my screen, the small PPT that I have prepared to show you guys. Yeah. The topic I'm going to talk about is the future of work and building a learning organization. So what's in the store that we're going to learn in this particular session is that first, what is the recent scenario? What is the future of work trend? What is the future of work top HR priorities? What would be the HR priorities in these coming days? and what we should do as an employer or as a job aspirant, and why there is the importance of creating a learning organization. This is the topic that I'm going to cover. If you go with the screen, that I am presenting a economic background of the industry that is working on this during this COVID-19. So who are the potential winner and who are the potential losers? This is the survey that is being conducted by Decode FTC Analysis, that is the organization who deals with data analysis of the markets. So the potential winner will be, in this case, are medical supply and services, hospitals, and all these pharmaceutical companies. Then we have food processing and retail, as they plays a vital role of the consumer gross product. Then we have personal hygiene and healthcare product like sanitization. Then we have mask. Then we have IT related organization, those who are giving services of IT related things to do across the organization. Then we have e-commerce, those who are giving supply chain services to all the customers. Then we have agriculture. Then we have potential. We have in the process we have oil and gas, education, financial services, then manufacturing, construction and real estate, automotive, aviation and tourism industry. As the COVID phase is going on, I mean, most of the the customers are not going out, and for that reason only this particular picture has been drawn. And 28% of the business that is going on prior to COVID are on the verge of closing down, and those who are there, they are fighting to resurface their business and work it out. There is a high employment across the globe, and in India prior to COVID the unemployment rate was 7.1%. Right now it has increased by 27.11%, and has reached about 10.19 in the month of July as per the government data. And those who are working it out, the organization, they are concentrating on the cost, stopping all this amusement by stopping traveling, and all the new plans that was in the calendar has been withdrawn for a while. Then we are also having the changing of the work environment, because the COVID pandemic situation is not letting us work at the workplace, but we are working remotely, and the business are going volatile. I mean, they are in the verge of closing down, or they are fighting it out. Next. So what is the future? So there is lots of noise. Yeah. So what is the future of work trend? A recent poll showed that 48% of employees will likely to work remotely at least part of the time after COVID-19 versus 30% before the pandemic. As the organization shift to more remote work operation, explore the critical competencies employees will need to collaborate digitally and be prepared for just. So considering whether then how to shift performance, their goal setting, employees evaluation for a remote contract, because they are means when they work virtually and not at the workplace, there is also challenges for the employer to set their goals and evaluate their performance. Then there is expanded in data collection as well. I mean, there is an analysis shows that 16% of the employers are using technology more frequently to monitor their employees through methods such as virtual clocking in and out. I mean, if somebody is logging in and logging out, that particular data are being collected to analyze if the employees are working as per the timelines or not. Also, the companies are also tracking some productivity data. Others monitor employees' engagement, how employees are being engaged at the workplace, at their home, and their well-being as well, to understand the expense, because this is a new things to everyone, right? And even before the pandemic, organizations were increasingly using non-traditional employee monitoring tools. But that trend will be accelerated by new monitoring of remote workers, because earlier the situation was different and now the situation is different. All right, then there is increase in contingent worker, because those who are had the means they were working permanently at the workplace. But right now, the economic uncertainty of the pandemic has caused many workers to lose their jobs and expose others for the first time to non-standard work models. Most of the companies are adopting this particular phase to deploy contract workers, right? Even in my company also, we have deployed people, we have selected people on the basis of their part-time job, right? And also analysis shows that organization will continue to expand their use of contingent workers to maintain more flexibility in workforce management post-COVID as well, because this is something that is giving lots of advantage to the organization. Also, our research, there is a research find that 32% of the organizations are replacing full-time employees, and while most of the workers, full-time workers, offer employees greater workforce management flexibility, HR leaders will have to evaluate how performance management system applies to these workers as well. Okay. Then expanded employee roles as society safety net. So now this is something for the employer part to see the workers as a people or as an employee or as a worker. So they need to support and enhance the assistance, adjusted work of operation, flexibility work hours, child care provisions, and so on. And some organizations are supporting the community by like giving CSR activities to their employees as well. The current economic crisis has also pushed the bounds of how employees view the employee experience. Personal factors rather than external factors take precedence over what matters for organization and can be effective way to promote physical health and improve the emotional well-being of the employees. Okay. Then separation of critical skills and roles. Earlier, the particular skills were related to the roles that we were hiring. And before COVID-19, critical roles were viewed as roles with critical skills. Of any organization to meet the strategic goals. But right now, the focus less on roles, which group unrelated skills, then on the skills needed to drive the organization's competitive advantage and the workflow that fuel the advantage. All right. Then dehumanizing of employees. I already told that. Well, some of the organizations have recognized humanitarian ground, crisis of the pandemic, and prioritize the well-being of the employees as people over employees or the workers. So we need to see all the employees as a people, not workers. Others have pushed employees to work in conditions and that are high risk with little support, which is not good. Right? Then we have transition from designing of efficiency to designing for resilience. In the organization study in 2019, the survey found that 55% of the organization redesigns were focused on supply chain and workforce to increase efficiency. While this approach captured efficiencies, it also creates fragilities, as systems have no flexibility to respond to disruption. The organization who would be resilient and adopt the changes quickly can sustain the business. All right. Then increasing organization complexity. So the lower business, the lower profit organization are going to close down their services, their business. And after the global financial crisis that is hitting on, lots of global merger and acquisition are going on, and this will continue post-COVID as well. So what are the future of work HR has to take care of? And the first one is future of what is the future of work. Leaders need to consider the prediction of what the future of work will look like and assess the attitude each and in the organization. They need to take care of tidbit details. For many, if not all, organization that 3-year strategic plan may be gone and planning is occurring quarterly, because the quick change environment is adapting, letting them to do it. Every organization has 5 years or 10 years long-term or short-term goals. But right now the situation is so fragile, the organization need to adapt quickly and change their strategic plan. And we need to develop critical skills and competency, because a survey says that 113 learning and development leaders, 71% said that more than 40 of the workers has needed to new skills due to change of work brought by COVID-19. So to adapt a more dynamic approach to managing shift skills needs, HR leaders should first identify areas of organization with significant change in priorities and related changes in skills need. Ideally, and by identifying that skills and competency, the new program needs to take care of those skills. New development on competency and skills program need to be taken care of. Then digital transformation, because by some estimates, the response to the pandemic has fast forwarded digital adoption 5 years. What we are thinking of, we are way ahead. I mean, the current situation is letting us to transform towards 5 years more into the future. One of the results also show that digitalization at scales and velocity is massive skill shift, and the shift in skill need was already a challenge, but more than 50% of workforce report skill transformation since the onset of pandemic. Many leaders are ill-equipped to manage the fallout. The very business leaders who are already lagged in marking the digital leap are often the same ones they're depending on to hire and develop future forward strategies to cope up this particular change. And the senior leaders can't solve this puzzle. They won't be able to deploy, align the right type of amount of skills that is the particular shift happening around. Then organizational design and change management. Gartner research shows that, one of the research, that successful change management outcomes require a shift away from the traditional cascading of initiatives down from senior leaders to employees, and more productivity is open source and directly. The probability of change success increases by as much as 24% of percentage points with the open source approach. And organizations need to redesign the goals as well, and they have to be agile on adopting the change. And then we need to also increase the employee experience. The pandemic and fallout changed the focus on the experience to sustaining the performance and engagement of a distributed workforce, where some employees were fully remote or partially remote and others at the workplace, those who are at the workplace. So we need to increase organizational trust, that they trust us to what extent to employees believe to really value people and ensure their well-being. And the commitment to the co-workers that we are there for you. How our employees collaborating, learning team members, how others are being, adopting this collaborative approach for the betterment of the organization, and the right capabilities. Are we helping employees to get the skills, tools, resources? They need to be successful in the disruption of the new normal. So the leaders has to take care of this as well. Then the current and future leadership. We need to also have succession planning. Like if there are leaders, those who are giving the 100% and means taking our organization towards a new future road, then we'll have to think on our 3 to 5 years down the line and change the leadership as per that. And organization need resilient leaders more than ever because the situation is very fragile. To foster resilience, leaders need support at the personal, team, and institutional level as well. So why creating a learning organization? This is very important, that most of the organization right now are value based. The company like myself, we run our whole business operation on value based or ethics, right? We cannot for a single point of time ignore the values and ethics of the organization, because the condition may be very different, but we need to stick to it. And the organization need to adapt the quick changes. If you don't you do not take the changes for granted, we will not be able to do the particular skill set changes in our employees as well. So we need to adapt these quick changes. We have to be agile to for being a learning organization, and we need to develop multi-skilled workforce. Earlier, most of the people, those who are working, were job specific or skill specific to the particular assignment they are being given to. But right now, there is a need of train them and acquire new skills or develop multiple skills to mitigate lots of challenges that is coming up. We need to have flexible workforce. We should give sabbatical leaves. We should give leaves to enjoy their time with family, because right now when we are having virtual meetings, calls, and remote, if you are remotely working, the time period for a particular employee to manage work-life balance has been very difficult. So we need to make our workforce flexible enough to work as per their agenda. Then again, we need to drive, at any cost, we need to drive the business goals. Because at the end of the day, if you don't drive it, we don't get profit. In this situation, will be vanished. So these are the points that is required to build a learning organization, to take change, to adapt changes and learn quickly. What as an employee, as a job aspirant need to do? So most of the employees who are, like I told earlier, that the job roles are being changed. So we need to keep on adding competency and skills. We need to go for online classes. We need to go for online courses given by different universities, Oxford, Harvard. There are lots of courses that are being offered online, and you can go also get the certification as well. We need to focus on our hobbies, because the hobbies has actually made somebody a big entrepreneur. We can example of Ritesh Agrawal, who had founded. So he was on a summer holiday, and he was a hobby of being, and later on, now he's one of the successful entrepreneur. Then we need to self-develop ourselves. We need to meditate. We need to, read books, take knowledge, and prepare ourselves for the future. And we need to work our passion. What we really like, we should work on that. And it will take you places if you work on your passion. And we should show gratitude towards what we have, right? The condition is very difficult for everyone, but what you have now, you should be proud of that. We should show gratitude to that. By doing so, you will have a peace of mind and do better in the future. All right. So thank you so much. This is what I have to offer you guys. Back to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Sahu, for your thought-provoking description on the current scenario and how Flipkart is undergoing the changes also to accommodate the crisis. Now, if you have any question, participants, please ask here in the
Yes.
chat box. We'll able to address. Any questions? Okay, there is one question I would like to place here, that during this COVID-19 pandemic, the e-commerce companies, basically their bottom line, who carries the product to the household. So now in many situations they are shut down, so they are not able to move. But in certain situations when government allows them, so I just want to know what standard operating procedure as a corporate, gigantic corporation like Flipkart is adopting to safeguard the health of the bottom line workers.
Yeah. So earlier, for the betterment, but for the health and safety of the employees, we are giving a new insurance program. We are insuring them with different health insurance, medical insurance, and we are also having a standard operating procedure to, make the workplace fumigated every day. Every day, in the sense, we are doing it twice when starting the operation and closing the operation. We're also giving them mask, and we're also giving them hand sanitizer. We are giving them gloves. There is a standard procedure to maintain the social distance inside the hub, and we're also giving them different kind of training programs to deal with stress, deal with this kind of uncertainty, and they're doing good. I mean, I'm thankful to the government, state government, that they're letting us serve our country during this pandemic, and the things are coming really well out of this.
Sir, there is one more question. That's what kind of learning strategies as organizations need to become learning organization, and particularly this pandemic has also put us gamut of challenges, maybe from customer interaction point of view, or maybe increasing business point of view. So what kind of learning strategies being adopted by Flipkart?
So I've been told that there are different ways of imparting skills and development trainings, because if we see that the roles of every employee has in the dimension has changed. They are adding skills. They need to add their skills in that particular job, because if we don't do that, their particular work will be very limited. And by doing this, we are conducting different classroom, not classroom training. We are doing it on online courses. We are also having different outsourced resources. Those who are giving us the training programs through online. And we are, if some of the employees are coming to the hubs or coming to the workplace, we are also giving them 1 hour quick sessions every day. So these are things that a learning organization need to adapt during this day, because we cannot bring everyone to the classroom and give the training. So we need to find the alternative way of virtual training for all the employees.
So thank you, sir. There is one more very interesting question. So what will happen this post-COVID-19 situation? We do not know when the normalcy will take place, but still, what advice you would be extending to the personnel managers, that what about the personal future needs after this situation? How this emerging youth will reorient themselves to cope up with the changing corporate requirements?
Yeah. So ideally, I have already told in that my presentation that we need to keep on adding skills.
Yes.
So we need to develop ourselves. We need to add on skills. We need to take courses. There are a lot of universities, those who are providing online courses and certification programs. So the XIMB is also giving us. Then we have Harvard, we have Oxford. Online courses, a lot of online courses are there. So we need to upgrade ourselves with these certifications, so that post-COVID, when everything is normal, we can actually take the advantage and show this to the employer and get the job. And we also need to develop ourselves, right? So we need to meditate. We need to read lots of books. So this is a very good time to actually explore your hobbies, and you explore your knowledge by going through different stuff and upgrade yourself.
Yes, we can acquire insights by going through different literatures, because it's a very flexible time God has given us during this pandemic. Very nice suggestion, sir. There is one more question. The question is very tactical. Like in some e-commerce organizations like yours, Flipkart, Amazon, and eCart, the price for same goods differ. What's the mechanism for pricing for it? So I do not exactly know whether it fits to the scenario of our webinar, but still I request you to have an answer to Mr. Prasant Patri, please.
Yeah, this is not my forte, and I am not supposed to share this why it differs. But I'll take ahead and this question. Right. So ideally, we are the third-party seller, right? We do not have a proper product to sell. So most of the sellers, they wanted to sell their product. So they registered themselves. They gave us the product brochure and sell the product. So it is up to that particular seller how much percentage he wanted to offer to the customer, right? That's why there is a difference in product of Flipkart, Amazon, and others.
Okay.
I hope I answered that question.
Yeah, sir. Thank you, sir. We are also receiving in the chat box regarding the appreciation of the answers that you have been extending. All the participants are requested to put their questions. Later on, we will, due to paucity of time, we beg excuse from the participants. So we will post the questions to the resource person, and we'll try to get the answers, and we'll get back to you after the seminar is over. So now I extend a very cordial vote of thanks and indebtedness to Mr. Sahu for his very nice presentation, sharing what companies are losing and what companies are gaining during this COVID-19 period. But of course, the e-commerce and the companies or technology-enabled companies or this internet-enabled companies are really working well during this period, because when the human connectivity, so far the physical mode is concerned, has lost, this digital connectivity has made us working, and this work from home, telecommuting, and internet-based services are making the corporations alive. But however, still some questions have been left, like what will happen to the manufacturing sector, which are very much labor intensive, or the labor component cannot be compromised at any cost. So later on, we will come to those questions. So many thanks, sir, for your valuable and cooperation, support, intellectual energy sharing with this webinar. Now we will move to the next speaker. Our next speaker, Mr. Debadatta Sahu, Regional Sales Head of JK Lakshmi Cement. I take this privilege to have a brief introduction about Mr. Sahu, whose CV is quite inspiring. A seasoned professional with 14 years of experience in strategic sales planning, marketing, media planning, and product and brand management. He is an expert in analyzing market trends to provide critical inputs, skilled negotiator and strategist with skills in managing ATL and BTL activities, branding activities, negotiation, vendor management, media planning, market development, and mass awareness program, demonstrated abilities in creating powerful, effective, and audience-specific activities which provide results. So a very result-oriented corporate sportsman. His specialties include SAP, particularly in MM module, end user exposure, entire Eastern and Central India market exposure, branch management, new product launching, event management, and new product development and market research. In the whole horizon of marketing spectrum, Mr. Sahu has left his imprints. So with his broad experience, I now request him to share the insights on the said sub-theme entrusted with him. I now request Mr. Debadatta Sahu to start his session. Sir, please.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Sarda. I'm audible?
Yeah, please, sir. Continue.
Yeah, thank you for nicely putting my profile. I think it is little overvalued. I'm not that special. Okay, I would like to start my presentation. Respected VC from FM University and Vice Chancellor from Chandigarh University, all the dignitaries from FM University, resource persons, and my dear participants, a very good afternoon to all of you. And it's a very pleasure for me to get an opportunity to share my views on today's topic, managing complexities across value chain through digital transformation. And for the same, I would like to thank, is the bandwidth low?
No,
Am I audible?
yeah, please continue, sir.
Okay.
Someone
And
else.
for the same, I would like to thank Padmalita Madam for giving this opportunity. So I will be sharing some of the slides, and I have taken some numerics from my peer groups, and whatever will be the numerical data and whatever the company inputs I'll be sharing that are taken from peer groups. So this is not research based data, and whatever you people are also observing in the market, probably as a marketeer, I am observing a little deep way. And when I have given this assignment that I have to link all these complexities with digital transformation. So as a marketeer, as a specialist in advertising and marketing field, initially it was a very difficult task to link digital thing into complexities. But after doing a small research, I could find that digital is the only way where we can do all this transformation to manage these complexities. So before going to create a product or services, and there are primary activities, support activities. There are in private primary activities, we have inbound logistics, operation, outbound logistics, and marketing, sales, and services. And in support activities, we have HRM, procurement, technology, and infrastructure. Just to refresh your knowledge on value chain system, I am just sharing this slide. I have started sharing my slide, and but I am experiencing little network issue, so that's why I am putting my video off so that my slides will be clear to everyone. I'll put it in. Yeah, Dr. Sarda, is the slide is completely visible?
No, sir. Slide actually is not visible on screen.
Yeah, it is coming, I think. Now?
No, sir.
Okay, just a minute. I am not able to share the screen. It is showing that somebody else is sharing the screen.
The name of the guy who has presented is Sarosh Sahu. You need to stop sharing, then again you can present, Mr.
Okay.
Devar.
Okay. So meanwhile, let us discuss something till we resolve the technical issue.
Sir, continue. Just I'm trying.
Okay. No, what should I continue speech or should I continue share screen?
No, you continue to speak, sir. I'm trying within 1 minute.
Okay, then. Okay.
Sir.
So,
Sir,
So today I have taken some sectors in which we'll have a discussion, and in each sector we'll define the problem statement, and then we will see how this particular sector or particular company has managed themselves in coming out of the COVID situation through some digital involvement. So once I start my screen share, I will start from travel industry. So before that, I would just name what are the industries we will be discussing today. I have taken travel and tourism industry, which is otherwise known as hospitality industry. Then I have taken beverage industry, which is also soft drink industry. Then I have taken banking. Then I have taken cement industry. And
Sir, sorry to interrupt. Now you
Yes.
please try once again to place your screen.
Okay, just a minute. Is it coming now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Please continue now. Very
Okay,
nice
great.
slides. Please continue.
Okay. So we have discussed something about value chain. Just to refresh your knowledge, this is value chain and these are primary and supportive activities. And we will revolve this discussion mostly on marketing and sales aspect. And to some extent, we will also cover inbound and outbound logistics too. So with continuation to my earlier discussion, we have these sectors to be discussed. And apart from these sectors, I have also taken consumer durable, which we also known as white goods segment. And we will discuss the problem areas, problem statement, and then we will discuss what is happening in that industry and what innovativeness they have done in digital format to mitigate the complexities. So this is my first industry. We will start with travel, and I would like to request all the participants to put their mic on mute mode so that we can have a smooth discussion. So this is travel industry, which is otherwise known as hospitality industry. Some call it as tourism industry also. So when this pandemic situation started, everybody was in a discussion that this travel, hospitality, and this tourism industry is gone. It has started collapsing, and nobody in this sector can survive because government and situation has stopped all the travel arrangements. So these companies were left with no other option except starting something different which is not to their core area. So I could relate some of the companies, but I would not like to name those companies. There were some companies during lockdown. They started into gifting culture. They started gifting COVID healthcare kit. They started gifting other giftables so that they can make themselves sustainable in that market. But they were not into their core business because it was nowhere exist, because there was no tourism, there was no travel. But post lockdown, these companies have immersed themselves as a solution provider using digital platform. First up, and probably the platform which right now we are using is a digital platform, and digital platform is giving us enormous opportunity. Like suppose if we think of this kind of activities through a physical presence, probably we have to run down to Balasore, and probably within FM University campus we have to sit, and probably we have to engage whole day. But wherein we can see just a matter of 2.5 hours, We are sitting in front of a system and we are done. Yeah, I would like to request all the participants to put their mic on mute mode. Hello? Yes. So these companies have started organizing e-events, started giving proposals to different clients, different other corporates to organize e-events. And they also do large-scale webinars. They also arrange product training programs. Some of the white goods company, they also launched their new product through this kind of e-events where they invite all these dealers, retailers, distributors. They come online and they showcase about the product. They elaborate the product features, and people what in this particular event, people pay a lot of attention because there was a little scope of distraction, and people normally take right amount of knowledge through this kind of events, which is much more successful compared to a physical event. So the travel industry have immersed themselves in organizing this kind of e-event, webinars and product training programs for which they could manage their revenue generation. And they have also started, I'm only focusing on digital aspects only, probably for to survive in the situation. They might be doing some kind of other activities which might be taking care of their revenue generation, but we are only focusing to those activities which are related to IT or digital platform. So companies like you must have heard about Thomas Cook, Zenith, SOTC, Cox and King. These people now they have started offering discounted coupons. Basically, these are tour coupons which you can use in a future date, probably after 1 year or after the situation is normalized. So what you do, suppose that time you are going to purchase a tour of 1 lakh rupees and you have purchased a 20 lakh rupee 20,000 value of voucher, then you have to pay the balance amount only. But the benefit here is you have to purchase those 20,000 rupee of vouchers in a price tag of 15,000 or maybe 16,000. So this is 4,000 discount you are getting upfront when you are doing this kind of activity in future scenario. But in turn, company gets or generates some revenue, and the cash flow comes to company. And this travel company, they are now even online, we can also see they are organizing small group local travel arrangements where they arrange 4-star hotel. They provide ground facility for movement to different tourist places and all. Even in the time of Rath Yatra, though it was restricted, they have initiated this local tour much before Rath Yatra was planned, and they were announcing that they can take some people in a very small group where all hygienic and all health wise take care will be done, and they will be taking those people to some places. So in some places, in some states in India where the COVID numbers, infected numbers are low, still they are operating in this type of small programs. So okay, so this is the scenario of travel industry, how they have come up with new formulas to retain their business volume and business revenue. And let us move to the next sector, which is luggage industry. I have taken luggage industry because luggage industry is very much related to travel industry. Since every movement of people is restricted, so there is no need of further luggage to be carried. Luggage if I say luggage, then probably you must be naming companies like VIP, Alpha, Caprice, Safari. So all these companies put together, they were in a negative growth of 50 to 60% because all their stores were present in malls. And since we know that all the malls, all the standalone shops, all the shops in departmental store format, they are not open till now. So there were a stock lag during the during this COVID situation, but during unluck period they have slightly revived from the situation. Otherwise, what has happened? All the stocks kept in malls were stuck. The payment related to those number of stocks were not coming to the company. So they were some for 4 to 5 months they were considered as a negative stock, and for which the amount involved was lying idle. So looking at no other option, though these companies are available online, but if we say how offline they have managed the things, they have shifted their product manufacturing from core area to mask and face shield. You must have seen some of the advertisements done by Safari, done by VIP, done by Wildcraft on mask and face shield. And just to update, BIP is the only company who has produced mask with 7 layers, which is validated and authenticated by Indian Medical Association, and they are trying to set monopoly in that mask market. So how they are doing it digitally? They have local distributors. Suppose say in Bhubaneswar there are 8 to 10 distributors available for selling this luggage industry products. So now this all the companies are pushing these local distributors to go online at their local level, so that sitting at home the customer can buy a product from the local store but not going to that store physically. Say example, suppose we cannot go to any store which is available in which is existing in a particular mall. Say Panda Travel Mart in Janpath. That is a standalone shop and it has somehow got permission to remain open. So instead of going to that shop, I can go to the website of that Panda Travel Mart and probably make the purchase by doing necessary payment. So company is pushing local distributors to go online so that without opening the store also they can have some amount of sale. And this product shifting from mask product shifting to mask and face shield has contributed to 25 to 30% of revenue, wherein during pandemic situation the company was in a vision that everything has finished, because since there is no travel, there is no movement, probably the luggage industry will somehow be perished. And the negative aspect is the companies of this luggage industry, they have withdrawn roughly around 150 to 200 stores pan India from different malls. So this is the impact of pandemic situation, and probably in another month's time, maybe 25% of people probably lose job from this set of industry. But on the positive note, the company has invested a lot of money in developing setups for mask and face shield, and it is doing great. So now let's move to the next industry, that is beverage. Beverage is otherwise known as cold drink market. So as we know, there are two MNC giants who are available in this markets, available in this beverage segment, and contributing more than 70 to 80% of market share. Those are none other than Coke and Pepsi. And you will be surprised to know both the companies have snack segment also and mineral water segment also. So the snack segment of, if we talk of Pepsi, the snack segment is doing very well, because in recent days, all these pan, Bitel shop, and Omfed parlor, and grocery shop are slowly opening, maybe with some time restrictions, and this product of this snack item is moving very fast. And the main reason for moving very fast is people now thinking of not to buy local products which are packed with a human touch. These segments like Lay's, Kurkure, Frito-Lay, these are all produced through automated machines. There is no human touch involved. So that's why people are more concerned about branded items which are having zero contacts. So coming back to the beverage part, so now we must not be seeing any person now standing in front of a pan shop and having a Pepsi or Coke from that glass bottle, because nobody wants to get touched. They don't want to drink something by touching. So the market for the glass has almost gone into very drastic low percentage. And the family pack, like you must be knowing that PET bottles, which carries 2 liter, 1.2 liter, 2.25 liter of Pepsi, Coke and all, which can be taken to home from a grocery shop, and that consumption is on a growth side. The major challenge for this sector was during lockdown, there was no permission given to pan or Omfed shops to remain open. So the challenge was the counters where 80% sale was contributing to the company from this kind of Bitel and pan shop or Omfed parlor, those were not available. And simultaneously, tourist points, college canteens, and all what CSD canteen, all these segment where they were having good amount of sale were also on a slow growth, or the requirement was zero almost. So the only option left with these MNCs was to shift the counter, means shift the channel. So what they did, they approached grocery shops instead, because grocery shop was given permission to remain open during this entire lockdown period. So the grocery shop is the only point of contact where they can sell something. Anyway, their snack item was available there. So they started approaching all the grocery shops and simultaneously some pharma stores, because pharma is also a counter available in the market which was remained open 24/7 rather. But the major concern with pharma companies or pharma counters was pharma counters normally they operate at a very high rate of margin, and these soft drinks, since they are FMCG product, they operate at a very low percentage of margin. So the pharma setup counters or the pharma chain shops, they were not allowing or they were not providing space to this FMCG soft drinks to be their part of their store. So the only point was grocery. So at grocery, which was not the part of their counter list, so a app was developed by the IT companies, for both the companies, and they started providing fresh counter list, and these lists are available with different market research agencies. Of course, they are paid. So the app was developed where a salesperson can actually find a grocery store with geolocation, with type of stock holding pattern and bill history. Bill history means just to understand what is the size or scale of that particular shop. So this kind of facilitation to Salesforce, they could make physical meet with those particular counter owners and could able to sell some of the soft drink items. So once they have shifted from this towards this grocery shop, their sale was managed to gear up at a rate of 20-30%, and somehow they are landing up at 30 to 40%, 30 to 40% of their sale. So this is all about beverage. Hope I make sense. And apart next is banking. Banking is the only industry which we could see during entire pandemic situation. It remained open. I don't know what was the situation of those employees who were going regularly to the bank. So the challenge for the banking sector was to develop a contactless and online process. Contactless because people were remaining inside their home. They don't want to go outside, but the requirement for opening an account or requirement for making transfers or making some payments was there. So they have created online process by which you can send your credential, you can send your required documents, and once you get verified with Aadhaar OTP, then the KYC is done and your account is opened. The similar format, business loans are also getting sanctioned through sharing this credential online, and in both the process the person doesn't have to go personally to this bank. And another thing they have started accepting is if you have a picture of your digital card, means your debit card or credit card, and if you can approach the bank over telephone, and if your registered phone number is matched with the OTP, then they can allow you to make transactions with digital card number and CVV printed on the back of the card. So these are some of the digital thing which banking sector has done in order to overcome the situation, so that the transaction goes on the flow. And moving to the next sector, that is cement. But before going into the cement, I would like to share some information on white good, means consumer durable. The consumer durable, normally this set of products are available or the counters majorly those are also present in malls, different malls, because they need bigger space and customer need to visit there so that they can have a touch and feel effect without seeing without having a comparison of all the TVs or all the televisions at the same place. You cannot compare the contrast and color and everything. So without visiting a counter, the customer was not in a mood to purchase something, and there was a restriction of shop closure. But during this unlock period, when the shop was open, the salesperson took the advantage of WhatsApp video call or Zoom call for product training and all, and they used to speak to customers directly through WhatsApp video call, showing the product features and size and everything all about those product, which could manage the actual sale happen in the market. And they also started doing some online programs through which they can earn some kind of coupons or vouchers that prompted particular customer to go for that shopping. And this industry was also seen a degrowth of 40 to 50%, but somehow they are managing the show, and they are all the companies like LG, Samsung, Godrej, Whirlpool, they all have initiated pre-book offer, and now they have started delivering. They have given scratch cards and discounts, and dealing with customers online. They have executed this sale. Recently, Godrej, I was already speaking. Recently, Godrej also launched their fridge range of fridge in e-event format, where they invited all the dealers, distributors in an online thing, where all these product features, product presentations when were given, and dealers and distributors paid focus attention just to understand what all about this new range, and some kind of entertainment program was there to what attach those dealers with that program. So this kind of virtual event, the companies are saying these are more fruitful than physical event, because in a physical event people get distracted very easily. They don't follow the timeline and all. But here, since there is a timeline, people used to come, log in to the portal and see and understand the things. And at the end of the thing, they can even give feedback on those particular programs also. So now, since I represent a cement company, I have kept cement at the last, and I would like to share that cement is the only industry which could manage single-digit growth if we compare year on year. Means first quarter, April, May, June, sale was higher than of last year. And you people also be knowing, India is the second largest cement producing country after China, and have installed capacity of 545 million ton per annum, which is 8% of world's installed capacity. So how this cement company have what they did differently, that they could manage a single digit growth, wherein all these other sectors are not able to cope up with the pandemic situation. So what I found, that what cement industry did differently was, since government was also given permission that all these factories or production facility can remain open, so that there should not be any big hit on economy. So we could manage to run the production facility with 1/3 number of staff strength. Really, it was very tough to manage a big size cement plant with 1/3 number of people. But hats up to all the employees of all the cement companies. They did a tremendous job, and they contributed a lot to run the show. And the situation was like that, since everybody and even government was also thinking in the same way, that this will be a time being phase, probably within 3 to 4 months this pandemic situation will be over, and everything will be back to normal. But in thinking on those lines, people also started doing those construction in full swing. They thought they are sitting idle at home, and if this all these mistris and mason and contractors are available in the market, let us make the construction process even faster, so that by the time everything is over, my dream house is being constructed. So on those lines, the demand for cement, automatically cement and all the construction materials grew in a very drastic way. And that time, all these labor who flee away from different states, they were not having any job. So the job flow, the workflow started grooming up once the extra labor came into different states. So what company did differently is, they started, they didn't lose out the emotional touch with those dealers, or through contractors, or through engineers. So they started doing Zoom meetings of 15 to 20 contractors, 10 to 12 engineers, or 30 to 40 masons through Zoom meets, and started educating them that how construction work can be done in this kind of scenario, and what kind of precautions you need to take care while doing this kind of activity at a different area. So likewise, dealer also, while dealer was also getting a huge demand from the market, he was also on a mood to sell all those materials at a very higher rate. And those time, some of the cement companies, due to manpower issue, could not able to produce with the required quantity, or the as per the installed
Sum up
capacity.
करे कही दोच मैंने
So
आगे
how much time I am left with, Dr. Sardar?
Sir, actually it's a request to kindly expedite because we have
No, this is the last page only. This is the last page only.
Okay, please.
So what we did differently is we did contact meets with dealers through e-event format, and we did meets with different contractors and engineers with a Zoom platform only, so that all the people remained in touch with the company, and the company could manage the show with the help of this influencer set of people. And there was fresh app also, which was guiding sales force to understand the stock level, to understand the online billing, or to understand the transport vehicle geolocations. All these facilities in a app was not available earlier, which we did recently, and this facilitated our sales team to perform in a better way while working from home. So this is all about my understanding, my observations in different sectors. So I would like to stop my content over here. Any questions if you have, then you can put.
Thank you, sir, for your nice presentation. We have one question for you. The question is like, when a company goes global, in the era of globalization, in the market entry phase, what factors are being considered to select a market when a company goes global?
Right. We have a very limited number of companies. If I talk of, should I restrict it to cement only, or this is open to all the sectors?
No, this is open to all the sectors.
All the sectors.
Because the question
Okay.
is also general.
Okay. So once again, please. When a company wants to go global,
when a firm decides to go for globalization, what steps be taken to select a potential market?
okay, then this is a very basic question. I think
Yes.
you have to understand probably the requirement of that particular product or services for that particular country, and more or less when it is a upcountry thing, then probably the import export regulations, rules, and foreign exchange things has to be considered while you want to deal with different countries, whether you have a footprint or you are just export or importing things. That depends upon the nature of product you want to deal with.
So thank you, sir, for your nice presentation. We are extremely sorry because of paucity of time, we are not
that's
able
okay.
to accommodate the full presentation. And in future course of time, definitely we would like to listen more from you, because manufacturing sector, particularly cement, is contributing to, during this COVID-19 period significantly, because the construction sector is the only one which has not been so far affected or prohibited from operational point of view by the government. So many thanks, sir. Now I request esteemed Chairman, Postgraduate Council of Fakir Mohan University, Professor Sachidanand Dehury, who has already been introduced in the inaugural session, to have his presentation on the role of this data science in the present context. Role of data science. So sir is very popular, and so far his research acumen is concerned, I have personally seen in what way he has been engaged at Fakir Mohan University. Sir has also occupied positions like Controller of Examination and many other important portfolios while disseminating his responsibilities towards scaling greater heights as an institution of Fakir Mohan University. As an individual also, Sir has been interested with many editorial and authorship activities at Springer Verlag Germany, IGI Global, and many more world-renowned publishing houses. So, sir, kindly enrich this session with your expertise and experience, sir, please.
Thank you, Dr. Sarada Prasad Sahu, for giving me once again a chance to share few words on the topic like the role of data science in digital transformation. Am I audible?
Sir, please continue. You are audible.
Okay. Okay. I have also shared my slides.
Yes, slide
All
is
those-
visible.
Visible, no?
Yeah, visible, sir.
PPT is visible? Wall?
Yes, visible, sir. Yes.
Okay. So I am really fortunate. Because I got a topic, a very good topic, I can say very good topic, that has been assigned to me by the organizer. Hello? Assigned to me
Sir,
by the
please.
organizer, on which I am really, very frankly, I am not so expert in this area, data science, because data science is a very hot topic and recently developed area in computer science as well as in the sector of IT. Anyway, I will try to convince the participants how data science is really playing a vital role in digital transformation. So, am I audible?
Yes, sir. Please continue.
Okay. Then, let me go through my agenda. In a nutshell, I will cover this topic, and I have the brief agenda. Like I need to first define what do you mean by digital transformation. We need to understand what exactly digital transformation and why it is required, and what is data science, why data science, and how it is playing role in digital transformation. Probably after learning what do you mean by digital transformation and what do you mean by data science, you may be in a position to define the role of data science in DT. Now, I can say in abbreviated word like DT for digital transformation and DS for data science. Then, what is digital transformation? So you see, a digital transformation is a mapping, okay? Mapping of solving a classical or non-digital problem to solving it in a digital way. Am I audible?
Sir, please continue. You are audible.
Okay, digital transformation is nothing but a mapping. Which is going to map the way of solving a non-digital problem to solve the problem in a digital way. Okay? And of course, in my slide, I have given a definition, and that definition is available in the literature or the web. It is the use of new, fast, and frequently changing digital technology to solve problems and deliver value to the customers. Okay. And the next line I have also written, it is about transforming processes that were non-digital or manual to digital. Now, the question is, can it help us to get rid from COVID-19 pandemic? Of course. You see, today, how we are using the digital transformation. You see, this digital transformation is in a position to map the seminar to webinar. Seminar to webinar. Earlier, people were conducted the conferences, workshop, seminars in a classical way. Now, people are conducting the same events in the name of webinar. Then, to transform seminar to webinar, what digital technology we are using? What type of digital technology we are using? That we need to understand. We need to understand the digital technology. Here, in this case, like mapping seminar to webinar, we are using the digital technology or the digital technology like your Zoom platform. Again, digital technology may be divided into like hardware technology and software technology. So in order to map the seminar to webinar, we need to have both technology. I mean hardware technology as well as software technology. What are the minimum hardware technologies as well as software technologies we require in this case? You see, in order to realize a webinar, we need to have minimum a computer or a laptop or a smartphone. And of course, if you have money, then you can also buy a, like me, you can buy a headphone microphone. And also, depending on I mean the hardware technology, how old your computer, or you need to buy webcam because it doesn't have the inbuilt webcam. So these are the minimum requirements in, as far as hardware technology is concerned. Then for software technology, no need to buy anything. You can just use free and open source softwares, applications software like Zoom or maybe Google Meet or maybe Microsoft Meet or maybe Cisco WebEx or maybe, so there are, or maybe live webinar. So there are many web applications that are available. So with very less expenses, we can conduct a webinar, maybe a national level webinar or maybe international level webinar. So you just realize maybe this COVID-19 given us chance to realize this webinar. Earlier, pre-COVID, if you will just compare with pre-COVID-19, when we are conducting the national conference or international conferences, how much money we are spending? Maybe for national level conference, we are spending about minimum I can say 50,000. For international conferences, minimum 3 lakhs. But now you see the same thing we are doing with no money, absolutely no money. So we must feel proud. So digital transformation is really a very good solution to manage crisis. This is why I can say this is one of the solutions. I'm not saying this is the only solution. This is one of the solutions, and this solution is managing the crisis very effectively, I can say. See, the objective of conducting seminar or conferences or webinar is to gain knowledge. Now also we are gaining knowledge with no expenses, without spending a single pie, we are gaining knowledge. But earlier, we spend money much on our lunch, or maybe tea, or maybe snacks pack, etc., etc. But now, no need to arrange all those things. That we can manage from our side. But we are gaining the knowledge. And many more advantages are also getting while conducting webinar. Okay. So after getting the idea of digital transformation, then we need to understand, am I clear about digital transformation? If you have any query, please ask me. No query? So fine. Then why data science? Why data science? And what exactly data science, that I will define. Why data science? You know, lots of data has been collected over the years, over decades and decades, and warehoused from different sources. Like we are populated with web data, e-commerce data, financial transactions, bank credit transactions, online trading and purchasing, social networking, through scanners, through remote sensing images, so many from various sources we have collected data. Now the question is, what do you do with this data? In a nutshell, I can say, okay, while discussion, probably you will get the idea. Okay, in a nutshell, I can say, we are trying to add value to the data. We are trying to add value to the data or meaning to the data. The moment we are going to add value or meaning to the data, then we require science. So science, the involvement of science in data is very much essential. Otherwise, data is meaningless and it has no use at all. Are you getting me? Oh, are you getting me?
Yes, sir.
So all of you are reaching me? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Hello? Hello?
Sir, you continue, sir. We are listening, sir.
We are listening.
Sir,
Please continue.
continue, sir.
Yes, sir. Please continue.
Am I reaching to all of you through slides as well as voice?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Slides also reaching, no?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, fine.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Reaching.
Then next you see why Google is so popular. Why Facebook is so popular? You see, the Google is processing 20 petabyte of data per day as per the record of the year 2008. They are processing 20 petabyte of data per day. You see how difficult. Facebook is processing 60 terabyte of daily logs, web logs. eBay has also 6.5 petabyte of user data, 50 terabyte of data, as per the record 2019. You know, the cost of 1 terabyte of disk is $35 and time to read 1 terabyte disk 3 hours. So the moment you are collecting and storing huge amount of data, nowadays people are saying big data, then it is very difficult to process and respond to the required query time. If we are not adopting any science or maybe the technologies of data science. Am I understandable? Hello? Am I understandable?
Yes, sir. You continue, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Understandable, sir.
Okay.
Please continue.
Okay. Then,
Yes, sir.
okay. Then, under the umbrella of data science, a term is coming that is known as big data. Big data. What is that big data? Big data is any data. Big data is also a hot topic, and it is coming under the umbrella of data science. Big data is any data that is expensive to manage and hard to extract value from. Volume, velocity, variety, and complexity. I mean, people are treating big data is defined with 3 V's. What are these 3 V's? Volume, velocity, and variety. Volume means the size of the data, quantum of the data, how much data you are storing. Velocity, how rapidly you are storing, that is your velocity. That means the latency of data processing relative to growing demand for interactivity. And variety, what type of data, whether you are storing structured data or unstructured data. And really, it is very difficult to add value to the unstructured data. People are struggling in our field. So this is all about your big data, and big data is coming under the umbrella of data science. So data science, you see, now data science is a very hot area in computer science. Now let me define once again the big data. So big data, you can realize the big data through 3 V's like velocity, volume, and variety. You see this picture, a very nice picture. You can easily understand how the volume of the data is increasing day by day. It was, if you just go back to maybe 40 to 50 years back, then you have your data in kilobyte. Then it comes to megabyte. Then it comes to gigabyte. Then terabyte, then petabyte, then utabyte, like that it is growing. The moment the volume of data grows, accordingly we need to devise instrument to extract meaningful pattern or knowledge. And not only the volume of the data is growing, but also different varieties of data are coming into the repository, as well as very fastly coming. So these 3 V's are defining big data. You see what are the varieties of data? People are storing audio data, people are storing video data, web data, social networking data, and those data are really unstructured. And reports, and tables, files, so many things, and different trends are coming. Then again, I am coming to the types of data in a very structured way. Like earlier, it was people are very familiar with relational data, like tables, transaction, legacy data. That means your database, and text data that is extracted from web. Semi-structured data that is extracted from extended Markov language, XML, graph data that is also obtained from different social networking sites, and social networking injecting the graph data, and also semantic data, as well as streaming data. You see, the YouTube, every day YouTube is injecting streaming data. So this data, only storing data is really meaningless. Storing as well as processing and extracting knowledge is vital. So data science is the only instrument for extracting knowledge from the use or from the big data. Now the question is, Hello. Hello.
Sir.
My dear participants.
Sir, please continue, sir.
Now I am asking a question.
Yes.
How do you establish the relationship between data science and big data?
To derive a pattern from the big data or to make a decision from a big data, we use the techniques of data science.
Yeah, very good. So I am very happy that you all are understanding about the concept of data science and also in a position to establish the relationship between big data and data science. So the core of, the data science is meaningless if you don't have data. Okay? Even if you have data, then you do not have technologies, then also data is meaningless. So therefore, both are required. So you have your data and that is stored in the form of big data. And now you are requiring technologies. So what type of technologies? We can say that technology in a word like in two words like data science. So data science, broadly you can say data science is required to extract meaningful or valid pattern or knowledge from the big data. So you see one more very interesting slide, that is big data and data science. The sexy job in the next 10 years will be statistics. This is this comment is given by Google chief economist Hal. This statistics was given. This statistics was given in the last year, and during that time they have predicted US will need about 140,000 to 190,000 predictive analysts and 1.5 million managers and analysts. But due to COVID, it is really a kind of it is really a very precarious situation happened. So that may not be true. So new data science institutes being created. So many universities like in developed countries like US and Japan and South Korea, they have also opened up many institutions and named after data science. Data science institutes. University of California also they have opened a particular and exclusively a data science department because the data science will last for next couple of decades in the area of computer science. Also, many universities are also opening up different programs related to data science.
Could you please sum up because we have two more speakers. They are actually having
okay. Very in a very nutshell, I am trying to summarize my talk.
Okay.
Then now we need to understand what exactly data science. An area that manages, manipulates, extracts, and interprets knowledge from tremendous amount of data. That tremendous amount of data has been replaced by big data. So now we have big data. The moment we have in our hand the big data, then we can go for a data science. And through data science, we can extract as well as interpret knowledge. So data science is nothing but a multidisciplinary field of study with goal to address the challenges in big data. Data science principles apply to all data, big as well as small. Not only big, but also you can apply to small data. But we need to realize that there are many techniques available for addressing small data. That's why people are much more interested or very much interested to know about the unique technique of data science and how it is effectively handling the big data. So so the data science, these theories and techniques from many fields, derived from many fields like pattern recognition, visualization, data warehousing, data mining, high performance computing, database, artificial intelligence, or people are also saying machine learning. So machine learning is also playing a vital role in data science, and that is one of the important topic of data science. And also mathematical models and statistics and stochastic model probability. These are also core components of data science. And you see, this is the multidisciplinary nature of data science. So data science is derived from different disciplines like statistics, pattern recognitions, machine learning, data mining, database, and data processing, etc. So now I can say from Indian perspective, the data science may be an active area with the support from statistics as well as mathematics and machine learning group of computers. So in order to understand data science, or in order to make yourself a data analyst, at least you need to have minimum knowledge of statistics, machine learning, and data mining. If you have minimum knowledge of these three areas, then probably you can claim yourself, yeah, a very good data scientist. So this is again a summarization of data science. It is derived from the different disciplines. A few examples like companies learn your secrets, shopping patterns, or buying habits of customers and preferences. Okay? So how these companies learn? Because they are employing data science to learn the secret or buying pattern of customers. For example, can we know if a woman is pregnant even if she doesn't want us to know? Just answer this question and tell me the answer at the end of my talk. Data science and election. 1 million people installed the Obama Facebook app that gave access to information. Okay, let me summarize because organizing team is running after the paucity of time. Okay, data scientist, the sexiest job of the 21st century. It was predicted in the last year. But I do not know whether this will stand in future or not because of COVID-19. They find stories, extract knowledge, they are not. So what exactly a data scientist? Data scientists are the key to realizing the opportunities presented by big data. They bring structure to it, find compelling patterns in it, and advise executives on the implications of products, processes, and systems. Then what do data scientists do? National security, cyber security, business analytics, engineering, healthcare, and many more. So they are helping a lot to take crucial decisions in many organizations. So concentration in data science, like you need to have not only in math, not only have to have minimum knowledge in mathematics, statistics, and also machine learning, but and data mining, but you need to have minimum knowledge in a particular programming language. That programming language, either you can be a minimum expert in R. R is open source. Python is also open source. Julia or SQL. SQL, of course, is not open source. Database storage and management, machine learning. And so finally, I'm reaching to my last slide. So now I must throw a question to the audience. After learning what exactly data science, what exactly digital transformation, or why data science, why digital transformation, can you not define the role of data science in digital transformation? I hope you may be in a position to define the role of data science in digital transformation. So I am concluding my talk. If you have any queries, please ask me. I am in a position to answer your query.
So thank you, sir. We will record the questions, and because data science, data analytics, and big data management is an ocean. The more we explore, the more it will become boundaryless.
So now I request our next speaker, Dr. Jivitesh Ratha, who has given his kind consent to be a part of this webinar. So I take this opportunity to introduce you, sir, in this webinar. Dr. Ratha is a seasoned and erudite HR professional having more than 37 years of experience in different public sector undertakings like SAIL, Midhani, and NMDC. Sir is a PhD in Human Resource Development from Utkal University, and Dr. Ratha has bagged prestigious HR awards from organizations like ISTD and NIPM, and he has also visited different business schools to share his expertise like Notre Dame School of Management, Erasmus University in Netherlands, Columbia University in New York, California School of Management, Carlson School of Management, University of Minnesota, United States. Sir has also bagged awards and accolades, which explains his devotion, dedication, and commitment to the field of human resource management. Best Young Manager by All India Management Association, Best Supporting Manager in Worker Education from Ministry of Labour, Government of India, is a Fellow of National Institute of Personnel Management, one of the most prestigious and sought-after award in the fraternity of human resource management, and Scope Award for Best Case Study in Human Resource Management. And presently, Sir is providing his expert services to the Indian Society for Training and Development Center for Excellence as an Executive Director in the Bhubaneswar Center. So with these few lines, I take this opportunity to invite you, sir, to share your expertise in this August gathering. Sir, please. Sir, please unmute yourself. Sir, please unmute your mic.
Hello.
Yes, sir, please. You are audible now. Please continue.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. I take this opportunity. First, I thank Madam Padmanabha, Professor in Business Management and Vice Chancellor. So the time is short. I have the 4 speakers. So I have advantage. My background is totally different. I am a practitioner and worked in 3 companies, as you told, both in manufacturing and very strategic sector in defense. So what I see my topic, very interesting, integrating organizational culture, mission and leadership, creating new normal in digital era. Okay. First, I salute the founder of the university, Sri Fakir Mohan Senapati, and another legendary figure, because these 2 figures, Dr. Abdul Kalam, whose place of work is very close to Baleshwar, this Wheeler's Island and Chandipur. They are my role model, and my topic, if you follow their lifestyle, my topic is very easy to understand. At the outset, I must say that I will not make any PPT presentation because it's a 20 minutes webinar. So to make your attention very focused, I will speak from my experience, which you may not find in the book. Dr. Abdul Kalam's life is a mix of technology, digital transformation, but in pandemic days, people are a bit confused about this virus, COVID-19 and all the things, but it is temporary. Our strategy should not depend on this temporary phase of a pandemic, but where the people comes to picture, technology is digitalization, not technology. For me, being a HR behavioral scientist for last 40 years, working in the remote areas in Chhattisgarh, Bhilai, Hyderabad, and New Delhi. So my experience is that you have to see the people first. If the people, when come to picture in digital transformation, then the problem starts. It is a people-specific, people-centric approach. Fortunately, my previous speakers, 3 panelists, talk about digitization. Mr. Sahu spoke very elaborately, the first panelist on workplace, works, all the things, HR strategy. So my job is very easy. But thing is, when you talk about leadership, 3 words: mission, leadership, and organizational culture. But first point is organizational culture. Culture may vary. I'll speak about micro level, and I'll sometimes speak on macro level. My experience abroad and my experience in India in strategic sector like Ms. Nidhani, defense public sector, who produces super metals for our strategic, where this digitization with the brainchild of Dr. Abdul Kalam in Hyderabad, where I worked with him before he became president. I learned a lot. So he's on the mission. He told that it should be missionary zeal, the leader should work. First point. Second point, this culture thing, it may be clan culture, it may be marketing culture, it may be human culture. So clan culture means this privatization, this private family-centric businesses. Market culture, which is very important because it is the bottom line which always dictates. No, in this pandemic situation, people suffers because of failure of the market culture. This profit, this reward, all the things has gone to dogs, has got a spin, and people are now looking for the new normal. But this word, don't be confused with the word new normal. What is normal today may be abnormal tomorrow. And today, after 6 months, after 1 year, people will go back as a human behavior to the old normals, like going abroad or going to tour, a party, picnic, going to office. That is now abnormal. But it will be a new normal also after 10 years, after 5. We don't know. So the India is concerned. My submission is, when you talk about, I will only confine to corporate sector because time is very short. In 2 sectors I will talk. One is service sector, another is manufacturing sector. On the manufacturing sector we talk, like I worked in Steel Authority for 16 years in Bhilai, Bokaro, and corporate office and Durgapur Steel Plant. I saw that it is in the digital era. At that time also computer started. When I joined as a management trainee in Steel Authority in 80, some 40 years back, after from passing from international studies from Jawaharlal JNU New Delhi, I didn't know about anything about this industry. But over the years, we gathered the knowledge that even through computerization, to digitalization also in small way, we started our career. Now, last 5 months or 6 months, this work from home concept, and I interacted with my colleagues in Hyderabad, NMDC headquarters, where the office management is different mines, where I spent 10 years in Chhattisgarh, Dantewada, the most disturbed area, these are mining area. But you'll be surprised to know during this pandemic, there are very good production in mines, in iron mines, the Bailadila. So what is the message? In office or in the service sector, when they work from home and they maintain the tempo to great extent, almost all manufacturing sector during this pandemic, they lost the thread and they thought how to customize the new situation. I will give 2 examples, will make you easy. Like you go to HL or go to any manufacturing sector, machine plant or crane operation. In steel plant, crane is a very key trade, key item. You need not to drive the crane. In digital era, you can have a remote control and take the crane and lift the ladle and carry it to the traffic department. That you can do. In machine section, where so many machines are there, earlier what happened, we have a demographic plus point in India. Our youngsters are there, our people are there. But thing is, we have a lot of manpower. But when there is a, make space or distance, social distance, this thing, that thing, then in one operator can, CAD/CAM system can operate 3-4 machines. So what I submit, my submission is, in a difficult time, you can improvise, you can innovate, and you can have a very, very effective system. But it is a temporary phase, I believe. when in Minneapolis, when I go to, my son is there, he's a data scientist, he's a PhD student last 6 years after MS. When I interact with their professor there in Minneapolis, with Minnesota, about computer digitization, they told that what is in America or what is in Amsterdam in Netherlands, that is not applicable to India, I'm telling. In India, our ecosystem is different. We concern about 3 P's, that is people, planet, and profit. People are more important, planet is also important. In pandemic, you cannot neglect environment. In the name of work from home, you cannot neglect your family. You cannot neglect social issues. And above all, you should be the values. When the leader, we talk about leader, why I consider, I feel proud working with Dr. Abdul Kalam. He is a great leader. He is a visionary. The leader, actually, if you read his book, he has written 20 odd books. The first book, that is The Wings of Fire, I read, and that is almost his biography. And if you read it, you will be inspired how he came to Baleshwar, how he discovered or decided these 3 islands, and how he made a digitalization in Agni. He's a missile man, no? Missile man of India. This Agni, Trishul, Akash, Prithvi, missile system. Baleshwar people are very proud, and what Madam Mrs. Autara, professor, she was very much in DRDO taking classes, and all the things. She must have a direct, all these professors, faculty, students at Baleshwar FM University must have a direct idea about DRDO, where I spent my 16 years of my life in Hyderabad in defense sector. Last but one major point I want to tell that you see, coming to service sector. In service sector, it is all these computerization or banking, all these IT, work from home, it is very easy. But it is, I will give an example. This FDI, Google, and unless you get capital in India, FDI, you cannot have a breakthrough. Or we have talent, but in the digital era, unfortunately, because I am a very blunt say, I always say we have talent, but in IT sector we depend a lot on China and Western countries. All these, I know 80% our mobile is Chinese made. So after this China India standoff in recent past, we should have our orientation different. We have a webinar day after tomorrow on this Make in India and digitization in the context of this Indo-Chinese, because this geostrategy, I'm a student of political science, basically from international studies of JNU. So I always see that any policy matter, any people-specific issues, you cannot close your eyes to geopolitics. In the digital era, I will give them an example from my mining sector. We are the very largest iron ore producer, and China produces, one example, the number 1 steel maker, 800 million ton steel. We are number 2, just became number 2 from number 3. We became number 2, 105 million. Japan is 104. But so all these geopolitics also will affect our production and productivity. But what Madam Vice Chancellor told in her address, one line I got my fascination. She talked about, after many things, she talked about this safety and productivity. If you have carefully heard her, she talked that safety and productivity cannot be ignored. Where comes the manufacturing sector and the industrial sector? So last but not the least, I will also say that when you talk about, I will conclude because I like to answer questions instead of talking much. But in conclusion, I should say 3 things. One is that work-life balance is very, very important. Again, I repeat, in my beginning, I told that technology doesn't mean digitization. Digitization doesn't mean that only technology, because without human being, this technology is meaningless. I will give an example of Fakir Mohon Senapati, because his name, that university is there. When in late 19th century, that was a pandemic situation also, not health point of view, about the literacy, about the education. I don't want to tell you about Fakir Mohon because you are from his university, his name, all these are going on. This only printing machine, Odia language printing machine with Gaurashankar Ray and other, they started and they share the language. And now Odia identity as a community or as a state, whatever you call it, because of his technology, I should say, I thought that how I can connect to the university. This is this printing machine in Odia language for printing the books, printing all the things, and we save this. So that technology is there, but who did it? It is basically Fakir Mohan and the team, Radhanath Ray, Fakir Mohan, Malsuddin, Utkamani, Gopabon, all the things. So it is human beings always behind this, any technology and machine. So what is the new normal? Because there are 4 words, no? New normal, mission, and leadership, and this technology. But one thing I said, our new normal, somebody already told, marketing person already told that this is contact-free economy, the sharing economy that is global, and you know what our Prime Minister told, that local, vocal for local, all the things, and people, planet, profit. Last but not the least, just yesterday I heard one UK British speaker in a webinar of ISTD. She told many things, Christian Walls. She told one thing that it caught my fascination. She told that if the world is going round and round, making faster changes, changing fast, learning fast, then you have to be very fast. Otherwise, you will make backward movements. We cannot go forward. So it is the mindset, within quote, I repeat, it is the mindset which will the key to success. I must say to my young friends, the students who are the future, who will join industry, management students who will join industry in future, their mindset, when we recruit people, for example, recruitment, when we recruit people, we don't see his qualification, we don't see his marks, because that is already there. In the 10 minutes, what we'll do? We'll see his attitude, what is positive thought after 10 years, after 15 years, how he will be suitable when the industry demands, when pandemic situation like this. Nobody knew that a virus will make havoc. Nobody knew. Entire world is suffering. So how you cope up with this type of, unforeseen circumstances, that is key to recruitment, to key to taking the person. But I must caution here, there should be no one-fit answer. There is no one-fit technology. You call data science, you got ML, you got machine learning, you got big data. All these jargons, I should say, should not dissuade from our focus area, that is the people. Because in India, especially Odisha, because this making this Odisha conclave, Odisha 3.0, when you're talking about Industry 4.0, we are talking about Industry 4.0, but our technology, we are 2.0. So how the Industry 4.0 will be feasible with technology 4.0? So it is the technology which also matters, but at the same time, the man who is behind the technology, that is the human resource, they have to be, trained properly so that they can face the challenge. What is a private university or government university? What is private institution? What is when I went to Columbia University, just as a visitor, I'm not a student there. I usually go there. My hobby is to go to different universities and meet with the people. I saw those universities some 200 years back started, but still they have relevance now. How? Because they adapt the time. They are very resilient. They don't stuck. When the organizational culture is slow and technology is very fast, there is a misfit. The culture should adapt also the technology and vice versa. Because technology is very fast. Technology cannot be slow. But organizational culture, the human culture, human behavior cannot change overnight. No, that's a human problem. So this is a human tendency. Because I like my family, I like Indian culture is different, my Western culture is different. When I went to London some 10 years back, I like 2 things there, the culture, the time management and dignity of labor, which is not in India. But in India, we have family culture, which is not in Western countries. Our respect for elders. So these are the cultural values. So to conclude, because to be in time, because already we are running short of time, and time management is very, very important. I told from the beginning, any work, whether it's a seminar or webinar or anything in Odisha, because I was basically NRO. I was a non-resident Odia last 40 years outside Odisha, just recently back. I saw in Odisha, our time management is not that good because of many reasons. So time management is very, very important in our culture, work culture. Unless there's a time, time is is a perishable commodity. You cannot get back the time, which is so. Last but not least, I conclude with again Dr. Abdul Kalam, who is the legendary and who I got a chance to work with him in a very short period. But he told that unless your values and ethics of the leader is not high, who tell anything. Because after presidency, he spent 3 lakh students he met. His hobby was to address the youngsters. You read his book, Ignited Minds. You read his book, all these, one small boy asked in Tripura, who is a scientist? He told, you are a scientist. The child is a scientist. Who, why, how, why, what? He inquire. So to conclude, we must have scientific temper to be successful in the digital transformation. We must have an open mind. We should, as a leader, who is a leader? Only getting target is a manager's job to make 100%. Leader is to make 100% to 120%. He is the leader. And leader need not be a part of the team. Because in our management days, we are trained that you should not be a part of the team. Because if a part of the team, you are not doing the job of a team member. We are not doing our leader. No, we call it the helicopter approach. So many thoughts are there. Latest, I conclude with the Harvard Business Review. A study came last week that during this pandemic, in 2016, before this, 30 to 40% leaders, business leaders, they worked from home. But now, during these 3 months last, all of the world, it is 90%. So the 90% people work from home. So it is a new normal, but that doesn't mean that you disturb the family, because there are many plus point, minus point. I need not to tell you, get it newspaper. With this, I thank the organizers, this Madam Padmavati Rautrai, my session chairman, the vice chancellor. About the students, I look for the opportunity to visit Baleshwar FM University. I had been to North Odisha University via Baleshwar, but let the pandemic over. The direct contact, that has some advantage. As an emotional person, we cannot have a digital transformation and it can substitute everything. How will you motivate the emotion? So emotion is very, very important, which cannot be done through machine or through any hi-fi system. So with this, I again thank the organizers to give the opportunity. I think my job is to ignite the mind of the listeners. If there's any question on these 3 topics, mission, organizational culture, and leadership, I will be very happy to answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for really giving the insights that is much required. The people component or the human touch or the people first value should be unaffected during this COVID-19 situation when we are much focusing on this computerization, digitalization, or big data. So there are few questions, but due to paucity of time, sir, we will forward the questions to your WhatsApp and we'll get the answers.
No problem, sir. No problem.
Many thanks, sir. And as an alumni of the Department of Business Management, I request the head of the department as well as the organizing secretary, my teacher, Dr. Padmavati Rautrai, to arrange a special session of interaction with our students, with Dr. Jivitesh Ratha, sir, as he has also shown interest. So it's my sincere request. So we will invite you, sir, to the Department of Business Management for special interactive session with the students.
Thank you very much.
Now it's time to listen from one of the young, dynamic and energetic business leaders, Mr. Priyesh Jain, Regional Head of Paytm. Paytm is one of the payment banking revolution in India by Vijay Shekhar Sharma. So I request Mr. Priyesh Jain, who is having 16 years of corporate experience in online sales, retailing, business operation and e-commerce, particularly in FMCG, telecommunication, IT and fintech like premier organizations. So Mr. Jain, I request you to
elaborate your experiences and on the particular theme, that is contactless ordering, which is very much relevant to the topic which has been the theme of this webinar. Sir, please.
Very good
Sir, please
afternoon to all of
continue.
you. Thank you for
Good
giving me
afternoon.
an to hear me? Yeah. So for giving me an opportunity
Yes,
in
now
this,
now it's audible.
what we can discuss right now. Yeah. So we are already into a digital ecosystem. So I just come directly to what are the offerings we have and how we are coping up into the market, so that those who are aspiring to come into the market, they can directly come and see that. So Paytm is a India super app which has got more than 200 services available in our app. We have got 500 million users and 2 million merchants. It is the largest recharge and payment platform in India. It has got 33% of UPI, and it is 380k daily active users and 2 million active users who travel abroad before lockdown. Okay, so these are the diagraphics. We are constituted of East, where we are present with 12% of the geographical distribution, and we are present in Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, and demographics is already attached with that. Okay, so maximum of our Paytm users are young generations. So today the university which we are talking to, most of the people are young generation. They want something which is digital. So this is very much relevant to them. So we have come up with next gen solution for your business or for anybody who wanted to come into the career is during or the post COVID. What we require is most shops are faced likely to ensure social distancing into the market. And that is why most of the people are coming, most of the people are at their home and they are doing the work. So similarly, we are providing a solutions so that you can buy goods from home, and you can pay by various digital modes, which is like cash, card. Era with digital ecosystem, also known as contactless offering, the new normal, which is seen in all the stores. We have got POS machines, we have got contactless ordering at a store. This is a QR which you have seen. This is a machines which is available. So these are the things. Now I'm coming directly to this, how this works into the market. This contactless offering works is just to open an app from your phone, and then you can scan that QR which is available on the store or available on your app, where you can go and see nearby stores over there. You can order the food or groceries out and this just not the customer boxes to fall into a queue of footfall or social distancing norms and falls into a queue at a store place over there, and customer selects the product from the shelf and customer goes to the billing counter. I would request somebody who can mute that person to, yeah, thank you. So customer selects the product from the shelf and customer goes to the billing counter and make the payment. It is a very traditional approach and it is quite complicated. Here the suboptimal customer experience is there. Physical interaction is with the product picking and the payment collection, and managing crowd is a challenge. So this is what is happening in market as of now before Corona. Now what we offer is customer scans the QR from app, customer discuss the catalog, customer order communicated to the store, gets the notification if the order is ready, and customer collect the order from the store. Here the no interaction is between the team and contactless ordering is not there. Social distancing needs has been taken care, order updates and seamless payment. So this is what is the offering of today. where you will find all the digital transaction is happening. So every student who wanted to get into post-corona era, he should learn all these things. How this can be monetized, how this is a new thing which we can do into that area. What is in for merchants in the market, like social distancing and seamless and customer experience, the cost advantage, the user acquisition, like everybody can have a similar user experience. Customized, what is in for customers or the student or everybody like me or you, is like reduce wait time, contactless ordering and digital invoicing, seamless contact payment solution, live order updates on app, and benefit of payment ecosystem, which is the biggest Paytm. This is why we should do the first choice for contactless offering, because it has got a whole lot of benefits in Paytm. Customized restaurant page on discovery from premium properties, like it is near to your source. Icon page is available. Email marketing can be done. Customer acquisition, brand specification, cashbacks, integration with loyalty solutions, issue deals, GB cross-category vouchers, and targeted banners, targeted push. So what is it? It is from every morning till evening 11 p.m. You are online. Now in contactless era or in this area, we are online. You can get each and everything over your phone, whether it is a toll or parking or office cafe or metro T, bill payment, everything is available offline. So this is what is a today's era post-corona. What we can do in like data sciences with some of with one of the professor has said, it's very well that we get the data science. Data science is very much required. So in that data science, we can do a segmentation mix of targeting and retargeting. Like in location and demographics, we can find the age of a customer, city, pin code, gender, and language. We can also find out the spending capacity, how much he spends on monthly phone and utility bills, average transaction value, monthly expenses, online payments, and monthly travel, whether it go a metro, bus, or flight. We can also see his lifestyles by movies, travels, shopping, financial services, and gamings for young generations, and auto like fast tags and all. So we can find out all kind of data mix is available in the platform, so that you can generate the customers and create the need of customer acquisition is available on taking HeartSpray module listing using of data science into the system and do this kind of discovery. We can also cross-sell and upsell. We can do a customer retention if customer is using some other platform as well. So these are the things which you can do by using a data sciences. What it is very similar, you can use from any of the app and it is available. So this is from my side. Any other questions to anyone? Hello. So thank you, Ashok Dasji, and everybody, any senior member. I would like to thank for this wonderful opportunity given to me. Hello.
So many thanks to Mr. Priyesh Jain for his patience hearing to all the speakers, and till the last speech he could wait for us. That's why we are extremely sorry for the inconveniences that occurred, but for your kind patience and extension of your cooperation, we are really indebted, sir. Since 9:30, sir has logged in and waited to have his speech till 1 o'clock. It's indeed, as a corporate sportsman, we understand what kind of busy schedule you are having, but still you have given your time, energy, and cooperation. We are really indebted, sir. and also Dr. Ratha has also hinted us that it should be running on time. So next time, whenever we'll organize, we'll try to the best of our ability to remain on time the events. There are few questions as Dr. Ratha is there and PS Jain sir is also there with us. Sir, the question is, what will happen? The question is Dr. Jivitesh Ratha. Sir, what will happen to the salary grades after this post-COVID-19 era? Is one of the participants has asked, because we have seen there is retrenchment, there are also downsizing, and because the companies are also not earning appropriate revenue, so the first value reduction starts with the manpower. So as an HR expert, could you please highlight what would happen or how industries can rethink over this issue? Dr. Ratha, could you please hear me? I think there is some technical issue.
Hello.
Sir, please continue, sir.
Can you repeat the question? Just I was in that U-turn.
Sir, the question is like, what will happen in the post-COVID era? The salary grades are reducing and companies are also looking for retrenchment, downsizing, because the revenue impact is there. So how the industries can cope up, and what kind of employment scenario will be there after this COVID-19 situation?
Very valid question. Because this problem was there before pandemic also, because the demographic dividend in India, some average age is 29 to 30 in India, you know that, from 15 to 60 age group. So only because to increase the production and productivity, that mechanization will be more, but that doesn't mean that only there will be reduction in manpower. We will require manpower of specific skill mix.
Yes.
Unskilled people may not be required. So the greatest challenge before India is to have a proper mixed skill set people who will not find any problem. This migrant labor issue was a very eye-opener for us. Migrant labor, they work in outside Odisha, for example, in Surat and everywhere because of the skill. When they come back to Odisha, they are unemployed. No, so it is the skill set which matters, not the production or the productivity which will not be affected.
Sir, there is another question to Mr. Jain. Sir, you are there connected with us?
Yeah, I am very much connected.
Sir, there is one question from one participant that this Paytm-like company, which is dealing with millions of data, particularly personal data of people. Even Paytm is also having the electricity subscription number. So the question is that how the company is managing the privacy, or is there any intelligence or privacy issue that lie with the company? That's a big question today.
Yeah. No, there is a total 100% compliances of privacy of a person or anybody else, because it is with every kind of bank or any UPI payment system where your phone number is linked, and your phone number you get only if you linked with your Aadhaar card. Okay. So similarly, so it is to comply with every bank or telecom industry to have a privacy of that particular data. So we have to follow the norms of a government as well as TRAI or RBI to not to share that data to anybody else.
Okay. Sir, is there any future plan of Paytm to emerge as a retail banking, because it is now only a payment bank? So is there any plan?
It is a payment bank. It is after 2 years, once we are getting all kind of license as a normal bank, so then we will go into a retail bank.
Okay. Many thanks, sir.
From now.
Many thanks, sir, for supporting us in this webinar. And we have listened so far to the 5 eminent scholars who have shared their experiences from academics, from industry. We have also listened from Flipkart experience, from JK Cement experience, from Paytm, and Dr. Ratha has really inspired us from his versatile experience from different, even strategic sector like defense, from Navaratna company like NMDC and Shell, how he has got his stints so far the corporate culture is concerned. And we have also listened to Mr. Jain, who has patiently waited to share his expertise that how the company like Paytm is revolutionizing the e-commerce sector in India. India is one of the rising demography, and we will get the demographic dividend so far the educational, informational, and the empowerment is concerned. So I now request Dr. Debadatta Das, Assistant Professor of the Department of Business Management, to extend his vote of thanks. Dr. Das.
Sorry,
hello.
Hello.
Yes,
Sardar,
ma'am,
you
please.
first. Sardar, you first summarize. Then Devadatta will give a concluding remark. Okay.
Okay, ma'am. So far the summary of the talk is concerned, we will also circulate it as a part of the proceedings of this webinar. Mr. Shekhar Sahu from Flipkart initiated the panel discussion, and we have listened about the e-commerce companies and how they are facing the challenges in the period of this COVID-19. And his focus was on creating a learning organization, because learning organization and organizational learning, which has been propounded by Chris Argyris and Peter Senge, is really being realized by the even the corporate icons like IBM, Microsoft. They are also thinking to focus on this using the data science and solving the socio-technical as well as economic issues. We have listened to Mr. Debadatta Sahu from JK Lakshmi Cement, and he has talked about the re-engineering of the supply chain, of the value chain activities, and particularly in different sector, beverages sector. He has also focused on his own area, that is cement companies. Similarly, Professor Sachidanand Dehury, who is one of the data science expert, who has talked about this cognitive computing, data analytics, and the artificial intelligence applications, and how the companies are trying to get the leverage of these tools to solve their customer problems. And similarly, we have also listened to Dr. Jivitesh Ratha, that people first. That's a very, very sensitive human touch we have to extend, that whatever may be the technological progress, but without the human beings, possibly no technology intervention will able to reap its advantages. So we have to focus on, and again, the geopolitical equations are changing, and the work-life balance in that segment is one of the prime component that institutions should have to focus on. And at last, Dr. Jain has highlighted that how Paytm-like companies using the demographic data, consumption behavior, and the personal data of people to leverage the business opportunities in the marketplace. All 5 stars, the 5-star panel, have really created value for the webinar, and all the sessions have been duly recorded in the YouTube. And after the session is over, we will post this YouTube recording in the Fakir Mohan University YouTube channel, so that everyone can have an access to this for future learning purpose. Now I hand over to Dr. Debadatta Das for his vote of thanks. Dr. Das, please.
Thank you, Sarda. Is it audible?
Yeah, please continue. It's audible.
So at the outset, a very good afternoon to one and all. So I am an assistant professor of Department of Business Management, Dr. Debadatta Das. I am having the responsibility to give this concluding remarks for this webinar, along with giving the vote of thanks for this technical session. Really, the time has already taken its toll. It's too late. I know I am in between you and your lunch, so I will not take more time. I will just complete with a concluding remark of this technical session. And as you know, the topic is managing crisis through digital transformation, a new normal. In this year 2020, with the onset of COVID-19 pandemic, the world today is faced a huge complications, and the issue of social distancing, SMS, S for sanitization, M for mask, and S for social distancing. This changed everything that we took for granted. Workplace no longer safe. Educational institutions are shut down, and the business found themselves in the spot of quandary with the lack of customers and thereby their income. But the good news is companies can leverage digital technology to stabilize the workflow in the short term, accelerate digital transformation to deliver better customer experience now, and deepen the relationships to grow business in the long terms. That's because digital transformation is vital to know how your customers see your business. And in this digital era, I can tell you, it's a myth that digital transformation is only for big companies with $1 million budget. No, the digital transformation means a lot of different things. Simply put, it's using technology to get closer to your customer while putting them at the center of everything you do. This can be simple as using your CRM, that is customer relationship management, for journey mapping, email campaigning, adding chatbots, etc. and etc. But stabilizing your business today with digital tools enables the remote work and collaboration. It can also provide a foundation to accelerate needed digital transformation. This will ensure your business supports your customers, employees, partners, and to the business which are already to be seized. We don't know when this pandemic will end, but the companies that implement crisis management plan to stay connected with the customers while putting their customers at the center of their work, upskill their talent on new tools and restructure their business with digital technology will definitely emerge a stronger business partner in a post-COVID economy in the coming future. So this is all about the concluding remark, and next part of my responsibility is to give the vote of thanks. Before I will say give vote of thanks to everybody, I will quote one slogan given by Dalai Lama: the root of goodness lie in the soil of appreciation for goodness. So this means that when the good thing happens, it must have to be appreciated. And I'll tell you, everything is well which ends up well. So in this vote of thanks, I would like to express my vote of my thanks on behalf of the university and the department to Honorable Vice Chancellor Madam Professor Madhumita Das, esteemed Chairman PG Council Professor Sachidananda Dehury Sir, respected HOD of our department Professor Devi Prasad Misra, and organizing secretary of today's webinar Dr. Padmolita Rautrai Madam, and my dear colleagues and all dear participants. I deem it a great honor to propose the vote of thanks to all those who have helped us in making this first ever national webinar in the history of our department such a grand and resounding success. First of all, I would like to propose hearty vote of thanks to our chief guest today, Vice Chancellor of Punjab University, Professor Raj Kumar, for gracing today's seminar. Thank you, sir, for your very interesting and thought-provoking address regarding the challenges faced by all of us in this COVID era. Next to it, I would like to thank our distinguished resource persons of this technical session of the webinar, Mr. Sekhar Sahu, HR Business Partner, Flipkart, Mr. Devadatta Sahu, Regional Head Marketing, JK Lakshmi Cement, Professor Sachidananda Dehury, our PG Council Chairman, and Dr. Jitesh Ratha, former GM, HR NMDC Executive Director, ISTD Center for Excellence, Bhubaneswar, Mr. Priyesh Jain, Regional Head Paytm, for making excellent presentation with regard to the topic digital transformation in different orientation and dimension, and making this webinar in the academy. Dr. Sarada Prasad Sahu was the moderator for today's webinar. Biswajit Raut, Bhavani Shankar Jena for their support and contribution to this webinar. I would also like to express a special thanks to Dr. Ashok Kumar Das of Ravenshaw University, and most important research scholar Mr. Amarnath Padi for his valuable support and endeavor for this seminar, which cannot be replaceable. I'm happy to express vote of thanks to our entire team members of MCDT who have made this webinar a grand success. I would like to extend a special thanks to all the student participants who have connected in the network through Zoom app as well as YouTube streaming for the webinar in such a great numbers, not only from our department, but also from different academic institutions from within Odisha and outside. Thank you so much for your cooperation. Once again, I thank all for your cordial cooperation, and I'm expecting this kind of cooperation in the future when we will arrange some extra academic activities like webinar. This was national webinar. Next we will have to organize the international webinar. I am expecting on behalf of our department from everybody same type of cooperation those we got it today. Thank you once again to all from me and on behalf of the department and the university to all the members, all the participants. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your
thank you very much, sir.
Warm extension of vote of thanks. So the webinar ends here. So we must hope that we will meet again with some burgeoning issue. That COVID-19 challenge will always be there, but our learning will not be disrupted by the pressure of this COVID-19 situation. So I request all of you to take care of your health.
Okay.
Madam, please.
Just a minute. Okay. I just want to say something. I have noticed that our resource persons have logged into our webinar since morning and attentively listening to all the deliberations. So I am extremely thankful to all our resource persons who have really become the role model for the young MBA aspirants and the young job aspirants in coming days. Thank you, sirs, and be with us in our future endeavor. Thank you all.
Yes, thank you everyone. Take care of your health during the COVID-19 situation. So we are logging out. Many thanks.
Yeah.